This world is crazy. I would say shady. Ironic, right? Nowadays, you can't trust no one. When you do, niggas be having their panties all in a bunch, thinking that they own one. Saying the things that you accomplished in life is theirs and that you owe them one. Nowadays, your friends turn into enemies, and your family members are your biggest haters. You see, you accomplished more crazy is that they say as time pass by, it will heal everything. I seen time flash by and it revealed everything, leaving me on standby, ready to kill everything. Alone in the mirror saying, girl, you're everything. You don't need for anything, shorty. So if you haven't walked a mile in my shoes, take a minute and listen so you can consume everything. Me and you are not the same, so make sure that when you cross me, they don't talk about us, only when there's a crime. Would you believe me if I was to tell you that in this world, with or without money, we're all rich, even the poor? The problem is those that say that I'm reaching out to give a hand and stay there each and hands is itching, ready to see you missing. Well, thinking what to write, something inside me told me I can freestyle or I can rap. I can go with a rhythm that can make you dance. Tell you what I see on a daily, tell you everything's okay just to avoid dilemma. Or I can simply bring you something positive to the table and warn you of the ongoing problems that we're having. Instead, I have to reach out to my conscience once again as I watch the crime and the violence rise and the kids lose their innocence. Now the concept of forming a home day by day loses its essence. They don't want to hear that. I can't keep my arms crossed in front of the system. If I don't do something, I'm also part of the problem. As guilty as the one that pulls the trigger, like the person in the crowd that hits the record button on their phone to expose a lie instead of the truth for clout. They need 1,000 views. The government doesn't have a solution. The problem started when we took God out the equation. The problem ain't us celebrating. The problem is that we're a nation divided when we should be a nation united and praying. That's how we live today. When problems occur, we come up with a meaning. Laugh a little, move on with no care in the world, as if it ain't even a thing in this world. If it's like this today, I don't want to see the future. Because nowadays, they'll make a meme out of a person that can't even see the day of light no more. What makes you think they care? They can't even break bread at the table. I don't know how you want to be rappers and lyricists can go on with life, living on an illusion with nothing good to write. Talking about killing someone, selling drugs with pride, until the scripts are flipped and someone you love dies. Right? This ain't solved by activating the National Guards and going behind bars. This is deep, this is me and you. And they say as time pass by, we'll heal everything. Shit, you know these scars? I seen time flash by and everything. Leaving me on standby, ready to kill everything. Alone in the mirror, looking at myself, say, girl, you're everything. You don't need for anything, shorty. So unless you walk a mile in my shoes, don't say anything. Just take a minute and listen so you can consume everything. Me and you are not the same, so make sure you look both ways when you cross me, and that's on everything. You got motherfuckers talking about that they want to make a change, they want to make a difference, but still stuck in the same phase. You got motherfuckers talking about that they want to chase a bag, but stay at home and nag. Then when you ask them what they need, they say less talking, more opinions, no prayers with division. You ask me, y'all need to focus more on revision, rely less on television. How you want a future, you have no vision. This world is just like fiction. What we need is more talking, less opinions, more prayers with no division. Before you come up with a conclusion, giving people false illusions, pick up a book, do your research, learn your history before you end up in a ditch making history. Division and religion isn't working. The only way to show God our faith and love is through our actions. Our convictions is the only thing that really unite us. One God, one nation, different beliefs. There's words that can't fly with the wind. There's insults that are not violent. Meanwhile, while you're home to them, they're killing you on the inside. If I was to tell you that I didn't hurt, I would be lying. Would you believe me if I was to tell you that there's truths that lie, especially when they're telling you that they're indifferent? Getting shoved to the side because you're different. There's a hug out there someone didn't receive today. Probably because of what was said about them yesterday. Probably because of the way they was dressed today. Not realizing that the one that they hate could be the one that saves their day. But you know what? Thanks to them, it's another day in history where you get to flip the pages to your book and speak your story. And Lord, it's unholy. But you know what hurts the most? As I walk down the street and I see how easily we're divided. when we all should be united. One body, one mind, one soul, a million talents. Lord, without you, we're all divided. Forgive them, Lord, for they don't know any better. They don't know that there's someone out there that loves them. Some people will always have a place in my heart, but not in my life.
Hey, yo, Flory, turn me up.
Because when I tell you that it hurts, it hurts. Envy in your eyes, yet you want trust. Can't tell if you're an enemy or a friend. I mean, back then when I was naive, now I'm older, some say wiser. I'm no fool. I'm only a friend when convenient. Took a while to understand that what was real would never leave. Only when you're in pain and alone, you know who you can really depend on. You say you were a friend, where were you when I needed a hand? Shit, you was following a trend. A friend ain't nothing but $1 in your pocket when the money gone, so are they. And they say a friend in need is a friend indeed. You watched as I drown, now I'm getting around while you in the dog pound. Shit. It's funny how karma has a tendency of bringing things back around. It's not funny when the one you look up to is the one wearing the crown. You nothing but a clown. What you need to do is bring that ass back around town. And like Deja says, smack a nigga with an open hand.
Religiously, you understand the 7 principles of hell. You understand the 7 demons within you. You understand the whole concept. It's a whole metaphysical concept. We ain't go over that, but anyway.
Yo, I like that little part. Get your word. Nah, 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 boo. I can't even do it. Shout out to Tay. Shout out to Word, yo. Big shout out to Word. Man, hey, what up, everybody? I hope all of y'all is having a blessed and humble day. Continue to have a blessed and humble afternoon. This is your shorty Racheal. I want to welcome all of y'all to the Writers for Life brings you the Let's Talk About It podcast. Let me see how brings you the Let's Talk About It podcast. All right, I'm gonna have to get a new mic. I gotta talk to baby daddy. Like, hey, baby daddy, how can I sweet talk you? I need a mic, a good mic, some headphones. Like, what's up? Anyways, I definitely do need a new mic. Yo, today's topic, let's talk about it. What's going on around us? We got some random topics and thoughts. It's an open panel. Shorty gonna be here 2 hours, right? We're going live tonight. I'm gonna go live after Word to do more current news and much more. It is so much going on, right? I could, sit here and talk about celebrities all day, right? But at the end of the day, right, I want to bring some solutions to the table, right? To see how we can make a difference, right? A change within our communities. Can we make it? To me personally, yes, right? Where there's a will, there's a way. Me personally, I'm going to still live, love, and laugh. I'm still going to do me. But in the process of doing me, right, doing everything that I got to do, getting myself together, climbing that ladder, right, with my baby pops next to me, my fiance, right, I'm going to still help out those kids out here that walk those trenches with my kids, all right? Those that want to come out, get out of the hood and go to a better area. For example, I'm in North Philadelphia, man. We right in, you can basically say, I don't know, it's like a battle between South Philly and North Philly. Like, I feel as though this whole area, South Philly, North Philly, Juniata, all this is like the heart of Philly, regardless, Kensington, all this, right? But it's like, I don't know how to put it into words. Let's put it like this. Me growing up in the 90s, right, I had so many resources, so many programs, right? We're in 2025, our kids got but a few resources, but few programs out there, right? I'm not going to sit here and say that I didn't have a chance to get out of the hood, right? And for those of y'all wondering, this is an open panel. Y'all can come up, talk to a shorty for a little bit. Man, listen, I'm still going to do some reviews and reactions. We're going to be on this drum for 2 hours. But if y'all want to get something out y'all chest, the link is down below, and it's also on the community wall. But like I was saying, right? A lot of these kids don't really got programs out there. They're just bringing back the Girl Scouts, right? When I was growing up, they had the Big Brother program. Heavy, heavy, real heavy, right? Now, in order for a young man to get any type of resources or help out here within our communities, right, they would have to get themselves in some type of trouble. They would have to be in front of a judge. You see where I'm coming from, to the point where they have to face jail time in order to get into these type of programs that we used to get back then, right? But now it's hard. It's so many, like I said, so many things going on, right? We're going to talk about a lot, right? In Philadelphia, it's within the last couple of months, there's so many things, like within stabbings and the SEPTA, shootings within the neighborhoods, trying to figure out, right? We know, I'm not going to say trying to figure out. We know that a lot of these kids is getting these weapons, you know, due to the dark web, underground, all this shit, right? But a lot of them is also getting these weapons within their homes and much more. So many things I want to talk about, right? So we got some current news coming up, but before we get to the current news, right, and some TikTok videos, I wanna start this off, right? There's something that I've been noticing within my community, right? Especially with the kids with autism, especially with the kids that got mental health, right? Our kids are confused. If it looks like a woman, it's a woman. That's not true. We need to have more conversations with our kids. We need to go deeper into these conversations, right? Now, I'm going to bring up a video, right? And there's a reason I just said that. Our kids are confused. If it looks like a woman, then it's a woman. That's not fucking true. A woman is a woman. A man is a man. Now, if a man wants to sit here and think that he's a woman, that's a different story. You see where I'm coming from? So, before we get into this video, I want to ask a few questions, and I want y'all to keep these questions in mind, right? Because we're going to watch a little bit of a video, right? And throughout this video, y'all going to see why I'm asking these questions, right? And it's crazy that throughout our communities, our young men, especially with special needs, are more and more confused, right? A lot of them want to explore just to see if it's true. And it's crazy that it's to the point where a lot of people is like, they have to bump their heads. You see, back then I grew up, right, knowing that, okay, this man, you know, he has a sexual preference like this because, you know, he was either sexually assaulted or something happened, you know, now, you know, but now there are kids that have not been through no type of trauma that want to explore whether they're male or female. Why do some people conflate transgender identity with deception? Now, how can that misunderstanding be addressed? How does public discourse around gender in sports reflect deeper societal discomfort with non-conformity? Are concerns about fairness rooted in science, or are they influenced by cultural bias and fear? How can we ensure that conversations about gender in sports remain respectful and evidence-based, right? So now, oh, my bad, I got one more. What impact does the visibility of transgender athletes have on young people navigating their own identities, right? Now, the reason I'm asking these questions is because it is surfacing again, right, about this Brittany Grinder. I don't know what her last name is, right? Oh shit, we got the OG in the building. 22 Ronin, Straight Godzilla 22, guys. Make sure y'all go check out Straight Godzilla 22. Right, great conversations, great topics. He is funny as hell. And if y'all have not checked out the beautiful Selena, make sure y'all go check her out. She does some of the greatest interviews here on YouTube. Plus, she be bringing up some great conversations and some great topics, right? And let's not talk about how she is bringing us women together, right? To show the younger women what real women empowerment is, since y'all want to, go by that. But big shout out, Straight Godzilla, Selena. We got Miss Chicago in the building, 1818 Mafia. Young Riaz, make sure y'all go check out my Young Boom, man. Him and his shores bringing in the UK music here into the United States. And we got Young FL, ex-promoter. All right, so we gonna get this joint. Oh shit, we got my OG from New York, man. Cutthroat Entertainment in the building, man. Make sure y'all go check out Cutthroat Entertainment. Funny as hell. Yo, I swear to God, he's better than Joselito the Puppet. Yo, for real, for real. Make sure y'all go check out my old head. He's funny as hell when he be on that fucking ganja and shit. Sure, he be getting rasta on us. He be higher than a kite, yo. I'm telling you, he be passing them planes and shit. Sometimes I'm like, oh gee, how in the world you talking with your eyes closed? You be looking like Brock from Pokemon and shit. But I love my old head, yo. Gotta love him. Him and his wife, yo, man. Listen. Make sure y'all go check out Cutthroat Entertainment, yo. Well, we gonna get this live started, right? I asked y'all a few questions, right? So it is surfacing around that Brittany Griner, right, is supposed to be a man. I know Trump just recently passed that law where there shouldn't be men in women's sports, men in any women's area at all, locker rooms, bathrooms, none of that. What's crazy is I was like, I've never really heard Brittany Griner speak, right? I don't keep up with sports. I don't watch sports. I'm not going to sit here and lie. Now, you bring up some Evie Queen, I know what you're talking about. You bring up some horror stories, I know what you're talking about. Listen, you bring up some Baby Rasta and Gringo, I know what you're talking about. You bring up some Dej Low, I know what you're talking about. You speak on some politics, I know what you're talking about, right? But sports, I'm not really into. I'm really not. So I know that the last time I heard about Brittany Griner, something happened, right? She was stuck in Russia because they had kidnapped her over there. Then I think Biden paid the ransom and got her home. There was a whole bunch of controversy about her. Now she's surfacing again. So what's crazy is I was over here like, why are they always trying to say that, you know, just because she looks like a man, it's a man? Well, you know, this time I'm over here like, oh, it's way more than just look at the Adam's apple, right? It's way more than that. I'm sitting here like, yo, did y'all just show me a clip of Brittany Griner playing basketball years before she got into the WNBA, and she was shirtless with no breast? And then I heard her speaking at some type of ceremony not so long, I think before, when she got drafted or something like that, right? And I'm sitting here like, that's a fucking man speaking. So my question is, how in the fuck is Brittany Griner still in the WNBA? So I want us to look at this video, right? I'm gonna try to pause it at least every 2 to 3 minutes, right? I don't want a copyright strike. I want this video to stay. I don't want to have to delete it. I don't want to have to sit here and break my mind to find what copyright disclaimer I'm gonna have to write whoever uploaded this video. I don't want to do that. So I'm gonna have to, you know, pause it every 2 to 3 minutes, guys. Especially on topics like this. They already got me on the JoJo Siwa. I've tried every disclaimer possible. I'm like, you know what? It's gonna stay right there. Fuck it. It's a copyright claim. My bad. I just don't want to deal with the hassle right now. Like, I don't know if y'all notice, my voice sounds deep and raspy. But I just want to chill and fall back, man. I just want to fall back. But let's listen. Remember the questions that I asked y'all before I said everything that I was saying, and before I played this video. Let's get this drone started.
The WNBA should investigate Brittany Griner seemingly uttering profanities about white girls.
But we have heard nothing from the WNBA, absolutely nothing.
Brittany Griner elbowing Caitlin Clark in a crazy way and then calling her a trash white girl.
And Brittany Griner has not commented, which I find significant. I've watched that video.
Yo, she elbowed the shit out of her. But what's crazy is this person has no boobs. I'm just noticing that, not even an A cup. Like it is they going through the transition. I heard rumors, I was reading a little article earlier. It was not kind of like an article. Somebody had posted something about her going through her mom was the one that made her live as a girl. And now as he got older, he continued just to stay in the WNBA. Why not play in the NBA? Why not be a man now that you got older? I mean, I hear that he's got kids. They say Brittany Griner is a father. So see how this could be so confusing? This could be so confusing to the kids. And this is why we're bringing this shit up. This shit is crazy. Yo, cutthroat be higher than the goddamn fucking rate.
Oh, countless times.
And
it sure looks like Brittany Griner says fucking white girl.
Brittany Griner just shocked the WNBA with a disturbing attack on Caitlin Clark.
Damn.
Calling her a trash white girl.
Brittany Griner appeared to call Caitlin Clark trash and effing white girl.
At first, I thought this was all about some type of racism. I mean, I know they want to throw the racist card in this shit, but this is wild. Like when I saw this person walk in at that award ceremony, and then when she spoke, I'm saying here, I'm confused. Like this whole time they've been saying her, but the voice is he.
And sparking major backlash. Now fans are demanding an investigation, and explosive rumors about Griner's identity are resurfacing.
Brittany Griner is, in fact...
Look at this shit. When Brittany Griner was younger, that's a fucking man. No wonder our youth is confused.
Man.
If you stand with Caitlin Clark, drop a comment right now. CC 100% for love and support.
You think these pictures are AI word? Shout out to the word, bless his word. Word says, she was born a woman. I got people who grew up with her. They moved away when they was 12. They knew her as a kid. But see, that's the thing where what they're saying is, right, that her mom used to make her dress as a, it's that I don't know if for sure it's true, but we reviewing and reacting to this. These rumors have been going on enough. They got pictures of Brittany Griner shirtless. Before Brittany Griner got into the WNBA. That's why I'm like, this is crazy. I want y'all to look at that picture. You see. It won't do it. So we're going to go back to where we was. Fuck that. This shit is crazy.
It's time to take a spin.
They got pictures of her with bra? Okay. But why she sound like a dude in that ceremony? Hold up. Wait a minute. Word. We're not going to let this go away. Hold up. Wait a minute. I'm not debating word. I just want to make sure of something. Hold up. Wait 1 second. Wait a minute. Okay. Word is saying that. All right. We're going to get back to this right here. Hold on.
And a lot of
that. Did she transition? Did the mom do the surgery when she was younger? I want y'all to listen to this. I know I'm not fucking tripping.
How can I come up after a great speech like that? I mean, I just want to say, growing up, I always knew I wanted to do something big in the world, have a place, and I never knew sports was going to be my outlet. But with sports, I have a lot of media attention and a lot of
word. That voice a little too deep, even with
I'm able to use that for something that's close to my heart. That's close to me. Just recently, I came out to the public. I've been out.
And that Adam's apple
ninth grade,
shows a
came out
little
to
too
my mom
much.
first. My mom was.
She one hell of a good
Pretty weird.
stud.
I sat on the
Yo,
stairs. She sat in her room.
Word,
like,
yo, word. She one hell of a good stud, yo. I can't. She one hell of a good stud. So, all right. According to word, allegedly, right? I'm gonna say allegedly to both of us. All right. My big brother 9 over there. All right, little 6'9" over here is a little confused. All right. If it quacks like a duck, right? If it walks like a duck, I mean, I want you to look at the way she was walking. There's no way in hell.
Give it up
If
for
I
the
could perfect
number
the man
one
walk,
WNBA draft pick and
I'm just
brand new
observing the
player for the
behavior.
Phoenix Mercury, Brittany.
She must have observed her daddy or somebody in her family that, you know, that really walks like a man. She got that little pit walk. Look. You don't go side to her hips don't move like a female. I can't, I'm confused. Like she practiced. She practiced that stud walk. If she's really a stud, if she's not a man, she ain't transition, right? She practiced that walk and that talk. Shit. So for me to sound like her, my voice has to go away. Fuck. Yo.
Growing up, I always knew I wanted to do something big in the world, have a place, and I never knew sports was going to be my outlet. But with sports, I have a lot of media attention and a lot of spotlight on me, and I'm able to use that.
Wait, I think word could be right.
Close to my heart, that's close to me. Just recently, I came out to the public. I've been out since about the 9th grade. Came out to my mom first.
I don't know. It sounds like a man trying to soften his voice, but then again, a girl trying to deepen her voice. I'm confused right now. Like, is he popping pills right now to like change the vocal cords?
My mom it was cool. It was pretty weird. I sat on the stairs. She sat in her room. I was like, Mom, got to tell you something.
No, word. I'm about to fall off my fucking chair. Mom, I can't make it that deep. Mom, I'm gonna tell you something.
I was like, Mom, got to tell you something.
Word.
I sat on the stairs. She sat in her room. I was like, Mom, got to tell you something. Came out, told her. She was like, I love you. I was like, all right.
Come on, man. I'm confused. RuPaul, what have you done? I don't know. I don't
play
know.
some video games.
Because...
And I just wish that everybody's coming out.
Yeah,
like that.
Not
everybody has that smooth coming out, but once you do it, it's like a light came on me, on the inside, around me, everything. I felt like I was Brittany Griner, like I was who I am now. I wasn't hiding anymore. Encourage all youth, elder, doesn't matter what age group you fall in. It's never too late. It's never too early. If you know, then
I can't. I'm with 818. This shit is so confusing that it's not even a joke. It's not a joke. Like, if I'm confused, the kids are confused. Jesus Christ, why are they playing games like this on us? Why are they doing this to us? Jeez. All right, let's get through a little bit of this video. We're gonna skim through it. This shit went and took me to my damn fucking YouTube studio. Why?
This is the evolution of carry, the Ridge wallet. Let's see how it redefines our essential.
Premium. These commercials hurt my soul.
She's the rookie of the year. She's 4th in the league in.
Can I pause you? Jeez. I blame the show Glee for all this fuckery. They distract us from the truth. Where it says studs do everything to be like a man, just like a gay dude do everything to be a woman. No, it's just that, man, young ma, I don't know what the fuck you done, man, but you taught these freaking young ladies, if they were young ladies, right, to perfect the damn stud shit. Because I'm confused, more confused than a motherfucker. I'm telling you, like, all jokes aside, I'm truly, genuinely confused. Why can't I? Okay, here we go.
100% for love and support.
She's the rookie of the year. She's 4th in the league in MVP voting.
Caitlin Clark is an absolute all-star. She is the Michael Jordan of this. This is the girl that girls have been waiting for forever.
Caitlin Clark is a rising star in women's basketball. She's pulling in crazy viewership numbers.
Caitlin Clark is the needle mover.
She is the needle mover.
She is the franchise player.
And she was the MVP. She is the main draw.
She wasn't the one who was full sprinting down the court.
She's my role model. I really look up to her.
Why do you like Caitlin?
And she's so good at basketball.
Because she's that awesome person and she has like a lot of aura, so like.
The tension had been building for weeks,
but
what Brittany Griner did to Caitlin Clark sent shockwaves through the entire WNBA. During a heated game, Griner fouled out, and as she walked off the...
See, when you look at the picture right there, when she was in the benches, she does look like a female. But then there's certain pictures where it could be that she's representing her daddy right there. See, I look like my dad. Shit. I don't know.
Court, cameras caught her clearly mouthing the words, "trash effing white girl."
Brittany Griner, who I can't stand.
I don't know why they always turn this into some race shit. Effing white girl. Okay, white girls say effing black girls. Effing Puerto Rican girls. I mean, why turn this into some race shit? If y'all really wanted to talk about her identity, why not just bring that up? The fuck? Like, you see, like, yeah. You know what? Woo. Ching chong.
Sad that she's a Baylor grad.
Yeah,
she called her a trash expletive white girl. That was the lip reading.
She never said expletive. You lying sack of shit. Wait a minute. Right is right, wrong is wrong. She never said that. I read her lips.
That was the lip reading. Yes, trash white girl.
That's it. Trash white girl.
Blanking white girl is what she says.
That's it.
Toward Caitlin Clark. The footage went viral almost instantly, and with good reason. This wasn't just a random insult. It was racially charged, deliberate, and filled with venom. Even former athletes and commentators were stunned. Skip Bayless called it out immediately, saying,
So, why are tall, athletic women often subjected to invasive questions about their genders? And does society struggle to accept women who don't conform to traditional standards of femininity? I think they do. Me right now, I'm going to stay confused because she made it that way, right? I get Word's perspective. I get everybody's perspective, right? I'm giving mines, and mines is not cleared up yet. And you know what? I don't care to know, right? If it's a man or if it's a woman, right? But if Brittany Griner is a man in the sports industry, in the women's sports, she shouldn't be there. Or he should. She should not be there. Fuck.
that if a white player had said "fuchsing black girl" on national TV, it would have been a career-ending move.
Is the WNBA okay with one of its players saying white girl on the bench and getting caught by TV cameras saying such? I guess they are. I guess they're okay with it. Obviously, the league would very much not be okay with a white player saying black girl on the bench in anger and getting caught by TV cameras. That would be an immediate suspension, if not a career ender for said white girl.
But when
Also, for the first time, they say something to a white girl and nobody goes crazy about it. They decide to go crazy about it. Because normally, if it was the other way around, the white girl would have said some shit. But just because she said it one time, so she's not entitled to say trash white girl? That's her opinion. If Brittany Griner thinks that Caitlyn, whatever her name is a trash white girl, that's her opinion. Shit. I think that the officer that was here the other day was a trash white cop. Because his attitude and his behavior. Shit, that's my opinion. You see my point? And it's not that I'm racist. It's just that he showed me, like, damn, like, motherfucker, you some racist mother. Like, it's crazy. Like, I'm sitting here, I was like, yo, I'm like, growing up, I didn't have to sit here and try to picture what 1942 was like, even when I read the stories. But right now, it sure as hell feels like it. And I'm trying to, like, picture, was it like this? I mean, I know it was probably a little worse. See, because it existed when I was growing up, but just not where I was at. A lot of us missed a lot of shit because we didn't leave our communities. That's the funny part. But a lot of those that did leave didn't miss it. This shows how everything turns into race. It's crazy. I don't know who Shanquia is. Baturi Joe. No. Baturi Joe Schmo writers. I don't know what a Joe Schmo is, but I'm okay. Oh shit, that's Brooklyn lady. Ellie, blessings, Brooklyn lady. Ellie, blessings. How you doing? What is a Joe Schmo? Is my voice freezing up or let me see. I might have to switch headphones. A second. I might have to switch headphones. The video. Oh, let me close some tabs. Okay. I see what she's talking about. All right. Hopefully that works out. Let me see something. Hold on. Oh, a Joe Schmo, basically the average Joe. All right. I've never heard it like that, though. Usually I've heard it as the average Joe. All right. I learned a new word today. Chill. All right, so we're gonna play this video a little longer to see what they gotta say. Hopefully it doesn't skip. I don't know if my voice is not skipping, but we're gonna play this, John. See if hopefully it doesn't skip. Listen to what they gotta say. We're gonna skimp up a little bit more.
Breaking news headlines, league-wide condemnation, and an immediate suspension.
Let's see an investigation into reverse racism that's going on across the league also.
Skip Bayless put it bluntly. That kind of remark from a white player would be considered a career ender. But when Griner, a veteran player and prominent WNBA figure, spits out a racist insult like trash-funning white girl at Clark?
They said that would be a career ender for the white girl. For real? I've heard a lot of white girls say that as celebrities, and I have not seen that be their career ending story. So I'm a little confused on that one.
The league acts like it didn't happen.
Griner referring quite clearly, I believe, to Caitlin Clark and a white referee as, quote, trash ass white girls.
Commentators scramble to make excuses, some even twisting her words, saying she may have said whack call instead. But the footage doesn't lie. Fans, lip readers, and even sports media personalities confirm what they saw. And yet no action was taken. This is the double standard that's rotting the WNBA from the inside out.
If you are a straight white woman in the WNBA, there is no way that you feel completely safe.
The same league.
Oh, so y'all coming at the chick because of her sex preference. That should be irrelevant. If she's good, she's good. So basically they're trying to say now that, okay, I don't know if it's AI, photos or not. I'm not going to sit here, put the claim out, right? These videos have been shown to me recently. So I'm just reviewing and reacting, all right? I'm giving my commentary. I don't watch sports, all right? So if it's her sex preference, leave that alone. Whatever the fuck, she wants to do in between, the four walls and them closed doors, that's between her and the person she's in between them sheets. It's not our fucking business. You see where I'm coming from? Oh my God. All right, so basically y'all don't like the fact that she's into the same sex. Okay, let's continue.
League that rushed to investigate fans in Indiana after unverified claims of racism toward Angel Reese now turns a blind eye when the racism is coming from a player.
The noise it's coming. I don't appreciate the new fans that sit there and yell racial slurs at myself, my teammates, and and the people that I play against, because
the center of international controversy.
Even with her for all the attention.
The noise it's coming. I don't appreciate the new fans that sit there and yell.
Is she taking something for her voice? Yo, her voice is deep. It's really deep. She's got to be taking something for her voice. Because this right here is leading me to think like, okay, there's no way in hell, man. No. Are there women that sound... Well, yes, I've heard some, you know what? Ray, they're having some women that do got raspy, deep, real deep voice. I think I've heard only like 3 in my life, though. 3. I don't know. I guess this would be the 4th if she's part of it.
Yell racial slurs at myself, my teammates.
Nah, her voice is too.
The people that I play against, because those might be opponents, but those are friends too. They don't deserve that. So I don't appreciate the new fans. I think it's okay to do that.
She got a ring.
And directed at Caitlin Clark. Let's not forget, this isn't the first time Clark's been targeted. She's been publicly mocked, disrespected, and physically assaulted by opposing players. Angel Reese reposted an image mocking Clark as a coward running away from the fade, a slang term for a violent beatdown.
Image that she reposted, and the implication is what it says at the top is white. This is how they say girl, G-Y, white gal, G-Y-A-L, running from the fade, like as if she.
Hold the fuck up. So they making it seem like the black girls are jumping and bullying the white girl. Oh, y'all really turning this shit into a race thing. Fuck that. Oh, y'all tripping. These sports fans are really into that. See, listen, I can't deal with basketball. None of that shit. So we're going to fast forward a little bit. This is crazy. Let's see what they got to say.
Another explosive storyline has reemerged.
WNBA without Caitlin Clark remains an attraction that not many people want to watch. Without Caitlin Clark,
is going to massively affect the WNBA.
Caitlin Clark is the closest thing that they have to quality play. Caitlin Clark, the Caitlin Clark effect is very real. She is the most valuable player in the league.
One that's been quietly building online for years.
All right, so do anybody in the chat know, have watched Brittany Griner and have watched Caitlin Clark? Which one of these two females in the industry are better? Because right now they're trying to make it seem like Caitlin Clark is the best and Brittany Griner ain't shit. But then now hearing after they turning this into some race shit and because she's into girls, I don't know. But then the voice confuses me. It really does confuse me, and it leads me to what the articles I was reading earlier and what it was being said about her. I've never seen pictures of her growing up, so you see where I'm coming from. So I don't know.
But now has resurfaced at full force in the wake of Griner's latest outburst. And it centers around a deeply uncomfortable but increasingly unavoidable question. Is Brittany Griner biologically a man?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because this right here is not a picture. This is a video.
A man.
Flag you, Brittany. Let me see something real quick. Brick, thank you. Get the hell out of here, yo.
And in this video, he sounds like a man. It sounds like a teenage boy because I'm not sure. I think they're in his 20s right now. And this was before she got drafted into the WNBA. Sounds like a boy. Is in the pool playing, shirtless, playing basketball, no breast. So can somebody please explain the video to me?
Brick, thank you. Get the hell out of here, yo. Yo. Jazz stepping, Mr. Brick. Swing and a miss.
Oh!
Yo, I ain't gonna fake it right now.
That this person is not a female. Firstly, because this was actually posted to Brittany's personal Instagram.
To be absolutely clear.
That's what I'm trying to say. Listen, I don't know. People say word. I don't know where that's not a picture. That was a video that was on her personal Instagram. They took that video from her Instagram. And yes, I can go to your Instagram right now, copy the URL off that video, right? Go to a free downloader on a website, right? And download that video onto my computer and save it. How can we better educate the public to distinguish between curiosity and harmful speculation? My bad. I don't know. This hasn't been debunked yet. Like the theory of Brittany Griner being a man has not biologically, see where I'm coming from? Has not been debunked. Oh. I'm just. All right. How can we swift, right? How can we swift the conversation from judgment to understanding and respect? Are we more focused on policing gender than celebrating talent and achievement? But see, my thing with this is, right, fine, Brittany Griner has a great talent. Okay, I get it. Hearing from what everybody is saying, from what I've been seeing, right? But if Brittany Griner is biologically a man, Brittany should be in the NBA, not the WNBA. See, that's my purpose of speaking today on this video, right? I was asked so many questions that I'm trying to understand. So I'm reviewing and reacting to this video with my subscribers, trying to get, different perspectives, different opinions to see maybe, am I the only one seeing it this way? Am I tripping? Especially when I'm somebody that doesn't watch sports and I don't know this person's story. So We're gonna listen to a little more, and then we're gonna go right into the current news because this shit is crazy.
Britney's personal Instagram. And when it comes,
that's what I'm saying. This is from a personal Instagram. This is a video. A video. It don't look like, you know, Britney was undergoing any type of surgery. There's no surgery under the breast to look like they took the removed the breast. This doesn't look AI.
to Instagram, they use a combination of like AI detection and plus manual surveyors, but specifically the AI detection to make sure that no explicit content ends up on the platform. So clearly whatever AI detection system was used when Britney posted this and it stayed up for 106 weeks was not like, oh, this is a bare female chest, we have to take this down. It obviously assumed that Britney was male. And
with no signs of surgical scarring that would typically come from a double mastectomy.
That's what I just said. There was no signs, no scarring there. There's more reports. There's more to that, more to it than that, Brooklyn lady. Oh, let me know. Shit, I wanted to listen. I'm gonna do a part 2 on this. I'm definitely gonna do a part 2 on this because this is kind of interesting. I'm like, if this is true, right, and Brittany Griner is a man, yo, shit is crazy. You said there are women that I know. I've seen women that are flat chested, but because they, you know, they've had cancer and stuff like that, or you know, other reasons why. But I've never seen a woman flat chested. If anything, an A cup, probably a little smaller, but flat chested. Yo, Brooklyn lady. Hold on, let me see. Can I get back to the picture? Let me see if I can get it.
Yo. Jab stepping, just a brick.
Like, it might look a little blurry to y'all. That looks like a boy's chest, not a woman's chest. You could tell a woman's chest even when a woman is flat chested. I don't know. But I'm going to go down a deep dive on this, right? Because I want to make sure that what I'm saying is correct, right? And I don't want to sit here and bash somebody that is, you know, really going through something. Like, you know, like a transition or something like that. Listen, I'm not here to bash nobody down. I just want to get a better understanding of what I'm watching and what the youth is questioning about. You see where I'm coming from?
Swing and a miss. Oh! Yo, I ain't gonna fake it right now.
That this person is not a female. Firstly, because this was actually posted to Britney's personal Instagram.
To be absolutely clear, we're not pushing conspiracies here, but this story has gone viral again with millions of views, not because people are hateful, but because people are starting to connect the dots. And this time, it's not just whispers on Reddit or shady comment sections. It's being fueled by actual footage,
that's what
Griner's
I'm saying.
own Instagram posts, and what many are calling a glaring lack of transparency from the league. Let's start with the most.
That's what I'm saying. There's a lack of transparency. They're hiding something, right? Like, I don't know what it is, right? I can't pinpoint it, right? Whoa, how did I get to? Whoa. These are the questions that I was asking. Where's today's questions? God. What medical or legal standards are used to determine who qualifies to compete in women's sports, right? Can sports organizations balance inclusivity with fairness in competition? And what does that look like in practice? Should each sport have its own criteria for transgender participation based on physical demands and performance data? And what I mean by that is, I feel as though, right, Leave the women's league alone. Leave the men's league alone. If there are people of transgender, right, that, men that want to be women, women that want to be men, right? If they want to sit here and start a league of their own, that's fine. But I would like to hear your perspectives. And how does the league, like the WNBA, support players who identify outside the gender binary, such as Lisha Clarendon, the first openly non-binary and transgender player in the leagues? Should sports organizations do more to educate the public about gender diversity and inclusion, or should that be something that parents teach in the homes?
Striking piece of evidence. A topless video clip of Griner, posted years ago on her own verified. According to the post, Griner was raised female on paper, joined girls' sports teams.
Oh, they say it here too. See, I'm not tripping. I was reading all these articles. I went down a fucking rabbit hole on this freaking Brittany Griner. So, okay, it's on this video too.
A biological male who was forced to live as a girl due to a decision by his mother. According to the post, Griner was raised female on paper.
I'm going to go back so that y'all can hear that part.
Overall physical dominance on the court. All characteristics far more typical of biological males. Even casual viewers who saw her elbow Caitlin Clark during a screen, aggressively throwing her arm out and making contact with a smaller, lighter player, couldn't help but ask, is this really a fair matchup? Speculation got even more serious when an anonymous viral post claimed that Griner was never trans at all, but rather a biological male who was forced to live as a girl due to a decision by his mother. According to the post, Griner was raised female on paper, joined girls' sports teams, and has simply continued the lie into adulthood to remain eligible for the WNBA.
Brittany is a weird case. He's a man, yes, that much is obvious, but not in the way that you think. He isn't trans. He's a straight cis male who was raised as a girl and given a girl's name by his parents. His mother is the insane one. She forced him to live as a female right up through high school, filled out all of his paperwork, including BC as female, and kept the charade going.
It alleges Griner lives like a man in every other way.
You know what's crazy? I've heard of cases like this. So there could be a possibility of that being true. I've heard of cases where, the moms wanted a daughter, but they had sons, a son, and they would make their daughter, dress as a boy, right? Or they'll have a daughter, right? Because they wanted a daughter, but they had a son. They'll make their son dress as a boy. As a girl. My bad. Right? I've seen that. I've seen cases like that. And it's crazy if this is one of those cases. And that's what I'm saying. See, things like this don't get talked about much. That's why I want to go deeper into this, right? Because my other guess was going to be, is Brittany Griner a hermaphrodite? Could she have two sexes? But then I don't know. You see where I'm coming from? Like, it's just the voice. It sounds male. Too male. I'm not saying a woman is going. I'm not saying like, oh man, this is a woman. She's going through a cold. Like me, I fucked my vocal cords the other day from shouting and screaming. Now I'm raspy. My voice goes in and out. I sound like I got pneumonia and shit. No, she sounds like a straight up fucking male. She sounds like her tone on her voice sounds like my 18-year-old son. When she said "ma," I was like, oh shit, for a second, I thought I was my son saying "ma."
From clothing and behavior to marrying a woman, and that without this gender claim, Griner would have never made it as a male athlete. Now, is this theory extreme? Maybe. Is it disturbing? Definitely. But here's the truth. It's being talked about everywhere, and the WNBA has done nothing to address it, and that's the real problem.
But what's the truth? When is Brittany Griner going to come out and speak on it? She should be the one addressing this, not nobody else, not me, not nobody else. I'm just curious. I'm asking questions. Like, is this true? Is this not true? I want to know, because how much more are we going to confuse these kids? Right? And it's true what a lot of these kids are saying out here, right? If Trump signed, right, it's crazy, right, how smart these kids is. People be like, oh, kids don't ask questions. Kids don't know about this. Kids don't know about what's going on. Some of these kids are smarter than what y'all fucking think. And some of these kids do watch the news, watch platforms. You see where I'm coming from? Some of these kids are not just on social media making TikToks and Snapchats and Instagram videos. Some of these kids are out here. Some of these kids are growing up faster than what they're supposed to be. And a lot of them are out here asking questions. Believe it or not. Some of them call half of the shit that's going on cap. I'm sitting here like, yo, at your age, I questioned it. I never said cap, but I questioned it. I did say it didn't make sense, but I didn't say, oh, that's cap, that's bullshit. That's all a lie. Nah, these kids is like, oh, that's cap, that's cap. I'm sitting here like, okay, you can get somewhere.
In today's world, where every player's gender identity is protected, the league is also expected to maintain fairness, competitive balance, and transparency. And right now, people are starting to feel like that balance has been shattered, especially when someone like Caitlin Clark, a biologically female athlete, is the one taking the hits. If there's even a chance that Brittany Griner is competing with a biological advantage, whether through testosterone levels, bone structure, or any other factor, the league owes it to every single female athlete, especially ones like Clark who are clearly being targeted, to investigate. Because if it's true, even partially, then this isn't just about trash talk or on-court drama. It's about the integrity of women's sports.
Brittany Griner comes out and says, I am so sick and tired of the NBA, WNBA. It used to be a peaceful, small little thing. Now there's crowds screaming, hollering. This is disruptive. It's not allowing us.
That it used to be a peaceful little thing. Well, I'm glad that, people are recognizing the WNBA. That's not a bad thing.
To play the game. Every time we play her, there's this commotion, like this loud rumbling from the stands. Turns out it's people, thousands of them, just sitting there watching on purpose. It's very disruptive.
Let's not forget, Griner was already at the center of international controversy when she was arrested in Russia for carrying cannabis. The Biden administration ended up trading a notorious Russian arms dealer, Victor Bout, nicknamed the Merchant of Death, to get her back.
WNBA crew are very fond of virtue signaling, but even when it comes to Britney's exchange for like the Merchant of Death, which is insane, by the way, but had that been just like a straight white girl, my guess is that straight white girl would probably still be rotting in a Russian prison.
The same arms dealer whose weapons are now being used in Middle Eastern conflict zones. That's the level of privilege and protection Griner has received.
Brittany Griner was the one that went to Russia with some weed and got stuck in jail. And then the Obama administration traded this guy. Putin's Merchant of Death is back in the arms business, this time selling to the Houthis.
What the fuck? Who is Merchant Arms Business? Who is that? Now, I guess this is going a little deeper into, what's happening, what happened. Why did they keep her? What really happened when they held her hostage over there in Russia? Why was they holding her hostage?
So it's fair for fans to ask, why is someone with this much controversy and possible deception still getting the league's full protection? Meanwhile, Caitlin Clark, a once-in-a-generation talent who has lifted the WNBA into headlines for the first time in decades, gets elbowed, slurred, and ignored by the very league she's helping to save.
All right, let me say this, right? Yeah, there is a lot that I don't know. I'm definitely about to go down the rabbit hole about this Brittany Griner thing. And my thing is listen, if Brittany Griner is a man, right, and is right now getting all this notoriety, right, all this fame, and doing all this shit to Caitlin, I understand why all this is being put out there. I froze again? So if Brittany Griner is a man, right, and all this is happening, right, I understand why they're bringing it out here, because it's crazy how if Caitlyn, I forgot what her last name was, right? If Caitlyn is, you know, as good as they say they are, then Brittany is taking all the shine. And I'm sorry, it is too much evidence. For a second, I was what? I'm still freezing. For a second, I was what? I'm still freezing. I don't know. On my phone, it looks fine. I don't know. On my phone, it looks fine. I think it's got to be the Wi-Fi. But yeah, Caitlyn Clark should be up. Thank you, Brooklyn lady. Caitlyn Clark should be up, right? She should be more noticeable, right? What the little kids should be looking up to. But unfortunately, Brittany Griner is taking a shine right now. That's what that needs to change, right? If Brittany Griner is a man, they need to take her out of the WNBA, because at the end of the day, it's not fair to all the other female WNBA players that are there. But that's my opinion, right? I would like to know what y'all think and how y'all feel about that situation, right? Leave y'all comments down below. You know, I asked a lot of mind-provoking questions for a reason, right? I would like to hear, you know, what y'all think about these situations, how y'all feel, what type of solutions y'all think we can bring to the table when it comes to this, right? For those of y'all that don't know, I am somebody that does speak to the people, you know, to the Congress people, the legislators, you know, the governors, the mayors, the senators, and all that, right? And I do give ideas, not just my ideas, but the ideas that I hear from my subscribers, right? The ideas that I hear from people in my communities, right? Their concerns, what they think, you know, would work, right? For certain, I mean, listen, we could, so many things, right? I'm not just going to pinpoint one thing, because there's so many things out here that, you know, we're trying to make a change and make a difference on. All right, so we're gonna move on to our next topic. Like I told y'all guys, the link is down below for anybody that wishes to come up and vent something out real quick, right? I don't mind pausing everything while I'm up here, while I'm doing this live. I will also be going live tonight after the word, right? Or before the word. I'm not sure. I got to see what time word is going on. Sometimes he's going on at 11, sometimes 11:30, sometimes he'll go on at 12:45. So depending on what time he goes on, I'm going to schedule my live. But I know I'm definitely not going to miss the word. Oh, the link is down below. It's pinned right there in the chat, and it's also in my community wall. I'm going to put it back in a second. Give me 1 second, 1 second. Yeah, before I get started on the current news, anybody want to come up, speak on that topic or any other topic, y'all more than welcome. Let it out. Vent. Get it out! My bad. I almost woke up my shorty. Blessings, looking lady Ellie. How you doing?
Hi, writers. How are you?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm good. Listen, Brittany Griner wasn't held captive in Russia. She broke the law, and their laws are like way different than ours.
Oh shit, really?
She wasn't allowed. I don't know. But she wasn't allowed to have pot there. She wasn't allowed to have pot there. That's why she got arrested at the airport. And
Yes.
their laws are you do that, you're going to do hard time. And a
Not
lot
in
of
the jail
black
with it.
people here started protesting, and the government went and did what they had to do to get Brittany Griner back. But
Okay.
Brittany Griner broke a law. And they traded a really dangerous person for this idiot. You go to another country, another state, you should actually look up their basic laws. Just the basic general stuff. This way you don't break them. Because their penalties can be way worse than where you're from.
That's a fact. It's like if you go to Dubai and you scream, you're automatically going to get arrested. You're not allowed.
I saw that video. A female in a truck screaming, and
They
she got
arrested her.
arrested.
So it's
That's
like you
the
have to
thing.
respect the laws.
So America gave back a very dangerous person for this stupid person. There's also been reports that Brittany Griner is not the biological parent of the child with Brittany Griner's wife. Now, Brittany Griner's wife is a female. So how could Brittany Griner's kid be biologically hers if she's biologically a female? I don't know if just using an egg would help.
Well, it could be biological if they got what you call them
surrogate.
Yes, a surrogate.
But
Because
the wife
what happens?
carried the child.
Oh, the wife carried the child. So
Right.
the she. Whoa. See, this is another thing that's got me. Well, see, I'm starting to really think that this was a man, and I don't know if you've
Yes.
seen it, but I've seen it. I saw it one time when I was little. You see where I'm coming from? And I was confused.
Right.
But as I got older, I understood. As I heard more stories about it, and I see more people go through it. But it's only a few stories. You see where I'm coming from? Like, is it
Because
out
it
there?
wasn't
Yes,
as
of mother
widespread as it is now.
of mothers having boys, but they wish they had
Right.
daughters, and they would dress their boys.
Charlize Theron. I don't know if you know her. She's an actress.
No, I don't know her.
Okay. She started saying her son that she adopted was trans. How does she know at that early of an age? My son wanted to be an archaeologist, a marine biologist specializing in sharks. Then when he heard how much garbage men make from the city, he wanted to be a garbage man. Now he works in a store and he loves his job. Kids don't know what they want. Once they hit 18, which we consider an adult, let them make their own decisions. But before then, you don't change them. Look at Shiloh Pitt. Shiloh Pitt is now going back to being a girl. What if Angelina Jolie gave Shiloh all those hormones or testosterone or something like that? You're really messing your kid up.
Exactly. See, we're giving our kids mental health ourselves. It's not. It's hard to pinpoint what generation it started. But you know what we could do? As a generation, try to find a way to stop it. But we're putting too many excuses for
But
the.
we're brainwashed right now. We're brainwashed by the mainstream media, which is bought and paid for by the Democrats and the elites.
Yeah, right.
And they're brainwashing our kids in school. There was a video put out by, I think the channel's name is Jubilee. They took a bunch of third graders, they put them in a room, and had all different people, women, men, transgender, walk out on stage naked. The kids were turning their heads away. They were feeling awkward, and they were instructed, look, because there's nothing wrong with the human body. And then the kids, when interviewed later, said, well, as time went on, it became nothing. They didn't feel bad about looking at the naked parts anymore. The drag queens in kindergarten, story time. They were having kindergartners stick dollar bills in their G-strings. There's videos out there all about this.
Oh wow.
You want your kid near a drag queen? That's
Hell
your
no.
business. It shouldn't be taught in school.
You know what's crazy, Brooklyn lady? Brooklyn Haiti Alley. I was about to say it messed up. My bad. Remember, I used to review and react to videos like that, but for some reason, they're not popping up in my algorithm.
No, because YouTube is also part of the elites. They control what gets put out and what doesn't. You know, a lot of people hate Tommy Sotomayor, but he did a video about a Jewish ceremony, part of a bris, where the where a rabbi can either use a handkerchief or something on the boy's penis and then suck on the blood from that, or can actually suck the boy's penis. It's part of the religious ceremony. He started talking about how that's crazy, that's stupid, that's this and that. His channel was gone the next day.
He showed the video?
No, he talked about it. And there were websites that talked about it.
This is crazy. That's why I'm saying.
So as much as you hate him for going against black women, he was bringing out some really good points about things that we never knew about.
I don't hate him for that. I hate him because he's really an abuser behind the scenes. People don't talk about that much, but I didn't know he was bringing
I've
out.
never heard of. Honest to God, I haven't.
You're talking about Tommy Sotomayor. You're talking about Thalia's husband, right? Are we talking about the same guy?
No, Tommy Sotomayor, who was fighting.
Tommy Sotomayor. You talking about a YouTuber?
Yeah, I don't know who the other Tommy Sotomayor is.
Oh, okay. You're talking about some. Okay, we were talking about two. The one I'm talking about is world famous, but I think I misheard you say his name the wrong way. That's why I mistake both of them. This one's Sotomayor.
That's how he says his name is, Tommy Sotomayor.
Oh,
and with the Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark is a much better player than Angel Reese. That's why she's getting all these accolades. But Angel Reese doesn't like it because Caitlin Clark is white, and she thinks that's the only reason Caitlin Clark is getting this. But Caitlin Clark is actually a better player. Not that Angel Reese is not a good player. She's just not as good. So instead of working harder to get better, she's putting down Caitlin Clark because she's white.
That is crazy. They really they find a way to turn this shit. If the chick is good, like my bad.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was gonna say if Caitlin Clark is good, well, why not show her support? That's the whole point of bringing the WNBA. Before, remember, a few years back, they were complaining. We don't show women's sports enough respect. We don't promote it enough. Women don't come together. Now that the women are doing it and the men are helping, it's a problem. I'm a little confused on that one.
And Commander, yes, there is. There's a female judge with the last name Sotomayor. I forget her first name.
I mixed up Tommy Sotomayor with Tommy Motorola. That's what it was.
Yeah, but there's so much going on. Color shouldn't be brought in. If you're a good player, you're a good player. But it's like they don't want anyone else in these leagues except black people. Well, if white people have the talent, bring them in too. You're supposed to be teammates.
Exactly.
And the the NBA supports the WNBA because they don't make enough money as the regular basketball players. So all that should be going on is them playing the game to the best of their ability.
That's a fact.
And if someone else is better than you, work harder. Don't just use the race crutch and say, oh, it's because she's white and people like her better. If you're better, you're better. I know nothing about algebra, but you may be a whiz at it. Why should I put you down and say something about you being Hispanic because you're better at it than I am?
That's a fact. That's what they're doing now. That's what I said, man. White or black, it's time to unite. Like,
yes, and I get the whole thing of trash talking on the court, but right now, race is such a volatile discussion. You can't bring it into anything because there's a lot more violence involved now than there has been in previous years. Everything is race according to most people, and it's not.
it's not, because this right here in reality, even though they're turning it into a race, if you really keep it, like when I brought it up, I said it. It's not about race to me. See where I'm coming from? What I want to get to the bottom of is if this is a man, because if it's biologically a man, he should not be in the women's sports. And if anything, what we should do, right, to find a resolution to all of this, make a league for the people, a transgender league.
I agree, but then you also have to figure, will a transgender league be watched like a normal league?
It should. That's why it should pass. All the regulations should be the same. The only difference is
if a million people watch guys play basketball, and then you only have 5,000 watching female basketball, there's a money gap. Now, if you make a transgender league, are people going to be looking at it for the game? Or are they going to be looking, well, is a body part going to fall out? Or this and that? So it might not be viewed. Oh, it's okay. It might not be viewed in the same way. It might be viewed as like a freak show. And it might not make as much money as even the female league does.
But we won't know unless we try it. That's the thing right there. We can't be scared to try it. It has to be tried.
That's why they're not trying it. Also, transgenders, they want to pass as what they're trying to be.
And that's my point. Like, if you really look at it in the transgender league, it's going to be both sexes either way. Because, listen, I don't know if people look at it the way I look at it. Y'all going to be mixed up. It's going to be men and women. The only difference is y'all fucking flipping your own scripts.
Yeah, but
I'm sorry.
The men like Brittany Griner aren't good enough to beat the guys. So you put them with women, that's an unfair advantage. I mean, I know when I was a kid and I said something to my mother I shouldn't have, she'd crack me in the face. And it stung, yeah. But I remember one time I called my mother a cunt.
Ooh.
I was 13. My father came in and smacked me in the face. It was like my brain shook inside my skull. And my mother, when she hit me full force. So there is a big difference between men and women physically.
Yeah.
And then you also have some guys, if you like mix the leagues, might try to grab something they shouldn't. Women might try to grab something they shouldn't. So it has to be separated.
Yeah, that's true.
From everything I've heard, Brittany Griner is a man.
It wouldn't be the first time they've had men in women's sports. That's why I'm saying this a solution got to be brought to the table.
It just shouldn't be done. It's like that swimmer.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I brought the Olympics into it, but there's no difference.
Make it in the male league, but then dominated the female league. Well, then how do the females have a chance if the men keep going into female sports?
Exactly. Can't get mad at what you're saying. That's the truth.
It's just every time you think of a solution, you have to think of the consequences of that solution. And maybe nobody wants the consequences of a trans league. You have so many trans people honestly trying to fool others into believing they're female. Even when it comes to having sex, you cannot do that.
Oh, you're right. I've seen that. I've seen a lot of men lose their lives trying to
I
play
mean,
men.
if a
Yeah, I know what
guy
you're
is
talking about.
about to have sex with a woman and pulls off the condom without her knowing, that's considered rape. But a transgender woman who's actually a guy has sex with a guy, that's not considered rape. Well, what
What?
is it? The guy is having sex. Yep. The guy is having sex with what he thinks is a female and finds out it's a male. That's not right. That's like if you have AIDS and you have sex with someone and give them AIDS.
Hmm.
You hid something and now there's a consequence.
People go to jail for that. For the AIDS part. I've
No,
seen that.
it's been lowered.
Oh, for real?
Thanks to the Democrats, it's been lowered.
Oh snap! Because I remember I did a I think when was it, in 2018? That's when I learned about it. I was like,
Yeah,
you can get arrested for not telling somebody you got HIV. I think it was a chick that spreaded HIV throughout her college, and she
which
knew
is
she had it,
yep.
and they
you
arrested
can't
her.
do that because that's a killer.
That's a fact. And I really like the fact how you came on here, because now you gave me a whole different point
You
of
know,
view
and it
on
used to
seeing
be
this.
a stiffer penalty, but they lowered it. Stop lowering stuff like the Carmelo Anthony case. They lowered his bond, a black female Democrat judge. Why? You wouldn't do this for anyone else. There was a set level of the bond or bail. She lowered it so he could get out. Now
I
we're
think.
finding out the father drove him to the track meet.
Oh wow.
So if the father drove him there, the father might have known he was supposed to be in school that day, not at the track meet. So that's why I'm thinking that whole thing was a setup. And who's doing most of these setups? The Democrats. These riots, people are getting paid $200 a day to do it. They're being given equipment like gas masks and whatever. Where is all this coming from? The Democrats. When you hate one man more than you love humanity, your city, your town, or even your family, you're the problem, not the guy.
That's crazy. So everything we're going through is a political war, most basically right now. It's not a human war; it's a political war.
Now they were only mentioning California and Chicago.
Yeah.
But stuff started in Atlanta, Georgia. Stuff is starting here in New York City again. And it's all because of this. Why are you destroying people's lives? Because you want that power and money. You already got more money than you know what to do with. But you're hurting the average, and that's what I meant by Joe Schmo. Joe Schmo is the average person. It's not a congressman. It's not a star. It's just the average person. And they're pushing the race war to divide us. Because if we're all united together against them, they're not going to be able to do anything.
That's true.
So they want to keep everything going.
The way she's explaining it makes me understand a little bit her perspective, her point of view. Because I'm not gonna sit here and lie. Like, I know a lot of people are saying, like, there's pictures of her out there, but at the end of the day, some parents can cover shit like this. I've seen it. Like, I get it, but I want to go deeper into
Which
it,
means
right?
the parents have a mental problem and needed help and never did it, and then they created mental problems for the kid.
So
why would you do that? If your kid's a tomboy, let them be a tomboy. Let them make their own decisions.
But see, a tomboy is a girl that feels comfortable dressing, boyish and is into sports and shit, right? You see where I'm coming from? Brittany Griner is considered a biological boy. There's no tomboy in that at all.
Right. What I'm saying is let kids be what they want to be. By the time they're at a point when they can choose, they'll choose.
I get your point. Okay.
You know, I know someone whose daughter thinks she's a lesbian because of all the stuff she's seeing on social media, the news, and what she's being told in school. He disowned her. The girl's 13. At 13, how many people were you in love with, even movie stars? And then you changed your mind. Once you hit 18, 19, 20, 21, you are an adult and you're different from when you were at 13.
Well,
let the process be natural.
At 13, even though I had a dark past, you see where I'm coming from? I was still a child in my head. I don't know if you understand where I'm coming from. Like, listen, I'm 35 and I tell people I still believe in fairy tales.
I was 17, sitting under a tree on my block in the summer, playing Barbie dolls and board games with all the kids.
I'm dead.
So I get it.
I'm more into the cartoons.
I'm going to be 54 years old next month, and I still love a cartoon called Gem and the Holograms, Gay Paris, which is about cats, Charlotte's Web.
I love Charlotte's Web.
So I get it. Let people be who they're going to be naturally. They come in, Mom, your son, I'm gay. Okay, that's nice. Next week, he might be so into girls, you're going to be a grandmother. You don't know. Let things happen naturally. And if they're,
you know what's crazy?
They're gay. If they're not, don't push them.
All this is coming now since the pandemic, and it's crazy because it is affecting our youth. But it's getting me on how it's affecting more our kids with autism and stuff like that, right? Because people don't understand. Look, listen, I could talk to my kids, right, and get them to, my 15-year-old understands a lot. But with my 18-year-old, like right now, he understands what gay is. You see where I'm coming from? So he sees, somebody having on rainbows and shit like that. He knows what that is. But he's confused on the aspect, right?
Right.
He's confused on the aspect on it looks like a girl, it's a girl. But Mom, they're hermaphrodites. I'm saying, like, you know what?
No, hermaphrodite is very, very rare.
Because you see, they're autistic. And it's not the first time I've heard these kids. So it's like, damn, me and a lot of moms are coming together like, okay, we have to talk to them and keep talking to them. And like you said, let them be them because they're going to see it for themselves. You see where I'm coming from?
Exactly.
I can't sit here and show him, well, look, baby, this is like this. This is the difference. I could explain it to him. But at the end of the day, it's going to have to be bumped that head because kids with autism are way different from us. Right. And that's why I get on these panels. I do these lives because at the end of the day, I do have mothers that, watch these videos that'll sit here and I'm like, damn, they need some more advice other than what I'm just giving them. You see, like, it's crazy and it's hard to explain, but look how you just hopped on this panel. You know how many moms right now with kids with autism seeing the perspective and how you put it compared to how a lot of us think. Some of us just got one point of view, 2 points of view. But when somebody sits here and adds their point of view is another way of me seeing it. See, I'm open-minded.
Right.
And a lot of other people are willing to be open-minded, but you have to make sense of what you're saying.
And a lot of people don't.
Exactly. And I'm not here to argue debate. I'm here to converse and understand.
Yeah, you can have a kid say one thing, but come on, you're a mother. How many different things did your kids like? And then the next week didn't like it and liked something else.
But look how confusing this Brittany Gartner thing is. To me, she sounds like a man.
Oh, yeah.
A straight up teen. I don't know how to explain it. I've never seen her or heard her before.
No.
I've been diving the rabbit hole for 3 days already before I hit this video. Because I'm sitting here, I'm like, how am I going to react to this video? And I don't know nothing about this. So I had to go do some research. And it's like, okay, it's that one video of her out there. Is there more? Now I'm looking for more. I'm like, this came from her Instagram.
A lot of them are being taken away, and that's the problem.
Then
with YouTube. They take away a lot of information, so only one point of view comes out.
But what's confusing is, like where I said earlier, there's videos out there. You see people that hung with her when she was a child. How the hell did her mom make it to the point where everybody thought that her boy was a girl?
Well, there are women with really, really deep voices. There was a woman on here named Lady DJ. Her voice was super raspy, and when you first heard it, you might have thought she was a guy.
I'm good. I remember her.
And it happens. Now, as for the flat chest, there is an actress named Pamela Springsteen who I think was in Sleepaway Camp or Sleepaway Camp 2. She's in a mirror and she's got no shirt on, but she's got nothing to cover anyway. Completely flat. You couldn't tell.
But I think that actress didn't.
So our bodies are our bodies, but there with Brittany Griner, there was something being said that Brittany Griner the kid may not be biologically Brittany's. Now, how does that work if the wife is what's now being considered a cisgender woman? How would it have worked out that the kid isn't biologically Brittany's as well? Maybe because of Brittany's egg, if Brittany is a woman. But there were no reports of any in vitro. So how could there be a question about the DNA if Brittany is a woman?
Unless Brittany got a third leg that nobody knows about.
Exactly. And for that kid not to be Brittany's, the wife was cheating.
Exactly. But it can't, I mean, damn, it could be biologically the wife's. Or what happened is
there was no question with that. It was a question about Brittany's DNA being in the kid, and it wasn't.
What the way technology is now, what if they somehow put, Brittany's egg inside the wife? But is it? Yeah, because if they could do it with a surrogate.
I don't know enough about it, and it wasn't surrogacy. The wife was carrying.
No, I know. I said if they could do it with a surrogate, you see where I'm coming from?
Oh, yeah.
What makes us think they can't do the same thing they do with a surrogate with the wife and use a male sperm
to
get the wife pregnant?
Why the controversy? Okay, living antique. The problem is men cannot be in women's sports because they will dominate. And women's sports were created for women who wanted to be in sports, but there is no way they could have gone into the male league. Now it's becoming a thing of guys who can't make it with other guys say, well, I'm transgender, get into the female league and then dominate. And that is so not fair to the girls who've worked that stuff all their lives and can compete against each other fairly. A guy coming in, that's completely an unfair advantage.
Thanks.
Like steroids. If a wrestler is using steroids, that's an unfair advantage to other wrestlers. It's the same concept.
Facts. For blessings, living antique. Thank you for the comment.
These sports things create money. It's a money-making business. So while what people do in their own lives is their business, once you bring in money, work, all this other stuff, there's a whole lot more people involved. And it can really screw up that business. And people should not be allowed to go and screw up businesses and then just go about their lives and then screw up another business.
That's a fact. You know what's crazy though?
I fear you are greatly mistaken coming from.
They're in their feelings right now.
Women are not joining women's. Right, but in this situation, it could be true. I'm not saying it's happening every single solitary situation. I'm not even saying it's happening in your situation. I'm just saying it is happening and it is wrong.
It's a fact.
Oh, I get it. Racism is hard to talk about. I'm considered to be one of the racist people, biggest racists on this platform because of my beliefs. But I'm
But you're a
not
sweetheart.
racist.
That's the funny part.
If I was a racist, I wouldn't be able to talk to Riders right now. I would not be able to because she's not white.
Yep. And we've talked plenty of times on different platforms. That's why I look at people like, do y'all know what a racist really is?
Racism, the word has actually changed over the years. I was brought up, it's just judging someone by the color of their skin. Period. They're trash because of the color of their skin. That's not what makes a person trash. It's what they do to other people that makes them trash.
That's a fact.
And when I call this stuff out and complain about it, I'm considered racist. When I say I don't believe in reparations, I'm racist. Well, to me, that's blood money. I had so many opportunities to sue hospitals because of what they did to my father, my mother, and my husband. Once they died, why am I going to pursue that? That money's going to help me. But they're the ones who went through the stuff. The money should have gone to help them have a better life because of what had happened. That's what I feel about reparations. Those people went through it, not everyone else. And if there is anyone alive today who was a part of that slave stuff that went on, even as an infant, they should get money, not everybody else who doesn't even have a clue. You know, you can hear all the time how horrible something is, but when it's done to you, it's different.
That's a fact. And like when we're speaking on the transgender, it's not because we have a problem with, you know, at the end of the day, if somebody, you know, has a preference, they have a preference. If they believe what they want to believe, that's on them, right? But my thing is, right, when it comes to our kids, like, look, listen, my son has two friends that are transgender, 18-year-old, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when they fight with each other, right, everybody's like, you're not going to get in it? I'm like, listen, I'm going to tell you something, right? At the end of the day, he's still a boy because he still got his third leg. See where I'm coming from? They have to talk this out and figure it out. Because one day my son came and he punched the shit out of it. I'm like, look, the boy still at the end of the day, yes, he's, you know, dressing as a female, talking like a girl, moving like a girl, right? My son hit him and started crying like a girl. But at the end of the day, you see, because, you know, and she doesn't have a problem when I talk about this like this. Because at the end of the day, she knows what she is underneath all of that.
Right.
You see where I'm coming from? So
and
it's
I
like you could tell the real transgender people that are genuine, but the other ones that are out here, those are the ones we're talking about. Those are the ones that are infiltrating our kids.
There are true people who believe ever since they were kids, they're not who they look like, who they are.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of programming going on. So while you might have 10 people who really should have been female or should have been male and they're not, you have millions putting on an act. For what reason? Maybe attention, maybe whatever, I don't know. And that does a disservice to the people who truly, truly believe this deep down, and it was eating them up inside until they could actually, for as far as they could get, be who they were meant to be.
Facts. The link is down below. If you want to, you know, come up and stuff, I'm gonna be on here a little longer because you know, Miss Ellie is over here. She's drawing my attention. She's got different perspectives, so it's, you know, a different way of seeing it.
I mean, like I said, parents are the best thing to look at kids or teachers, because you'd see kids saying, one day I want to be this.
Wait, is it weird? This is weird. Hold on.
Blessings.
Hi, how are you?
This Living Antique.
Oh, wait.
Hello?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, I hear you. This is Living Antique, right?
Good. Oh, that's me. Hi.
Hey,
Hi,
blessings,
how are
blessings.
you?
Oh, I'm making it. How are y'all?
That's great. We're okay.
We good, we good. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing a little crafting. I have summer, so I can enjoy the sun and some beadwork.
Oh, cool.
So, I wanted to talk to y'all about this because I hear a lot of people have similar rhetoric on trans people, you know, negatively impacting children and infiltrating sports teams and whatnot. And let's bring back Brittany Griner as an example here. So Brittany Griner is quite obviously a masculine Black woman, and in a field that is, you know, sports are still considered generally masculine. And for a masculine Black woman to be playing a sport, people are going to look at her funny either way. So with this in mind, we have to acknowledge the fact that people kind of coming at her for whether or not she's a real woman is to be expected, because Black women have constantly, regardless of skin tone, colorism is a separate conversation. But we have to acknowledge that since forever, Black women in their feminine appearances, regardless of, you know, whether or not they play a sport, has always been under question because of, you know, systemic racism and white beauty standards. Masculine Black women are probably going to be the first in line to be transvestigated. So regardless of whether or not Brittany Griner is a real woman or not, we also have to include in the conversation that Black women in their masculinity is always going to be a question. And I mentioned earlier that, like, excuse me, that Black women are going to be under fire regardless of what they do, no matter what they do. That's just the reality of the thing. But I guess my bottom line is whether or not Brittany Griner is a transgender woman or a cisgender woman, which she is not transgender, by the way, it shouldn't really matter. She's doing the sport that she's playing, the sport that she loves, and, you know, has a wife that loves her, has a child on the way, I don't remember, has a child on the way that she'll definitely love. And if she is happy, sure, whatever. And even if she is trans, it's not up to us to beg her to tell us or, you know, dig in her background or see whatever's going on. If she wants to tell the world she's trans, so what? If she's not trans, so what? We simply have to accept the fact that, like, not only is this entire conversation kind of rooted in, you know, a little bit of racism, but we also have to acknowledge that, like, sorry, I'm losing my words, but
No,
I suppose that's the general gist of it. And that's one thing. The other thing is that one, I'm sure your son and his friends are very happy together. You know, friendship is very important in childhood and whatnot. And regardless of how his friends may present in gender identity, that is none of our, as adults, none of our business. The only adults that should be in her, you know, circle as it regards to her transition is her own parents. And that also goes back to the whole sports thing. How, you know, certain legislation is allowing school staff members and faculty to literally transvestigate minors, which is weird, by the way. You wouldn't just pants some random kid and ask if they're trans. That's weird.
Wait, that's my first time hearing that. What's a transvestigate?
Transvestigation is the act of somebody picking whoever they want out of.
Wait.
Hello?
Morpheus, bring her back.
Hello? Living Antique, we can't hear you right now.
The Morpheus took you. You went into the Matrix. Yeah, she's going into the Matrix.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait until she stops talking to explain that to her.
Oh no.
You went completely out, Living Antique. We didn't really hear anything but a little blip here and there.
Oh dear. Should I restart? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know what's up with my microphone. I'm so sorry.
It's up to you. It's up to you if you want to.
Yeah. But yes, investigation is the deliberate.
Oh, she's gone now.
What the hell?
Living Antique, please, if you can, and if Riders allows it, please come back up. This stuff does need to be talked about, please.
All right, the link is down below. You know, it's
I understand where Living Antique is coming from, but it's not happening with every single transgender.
Facts.
Right now,
That's what I'm saying.
It's happening with Brittany Griner, because if Brittany Griner is biologically male, that is an unfair advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not saying
that's
that
the whole
Brittany
point.
Griner is not good at basketball. No one's saying that. But if Brittany Griner is a male, Brittany Griner might not have been good enough to go into the male league. So you go into the female league and you completely dominate it. It's no longer a female league, because a lot of guys who can't make it in the regular league, in the male league, will come and take over, and then the women won't have anything.
That's a fact. That's why there was a separation in the bathrooms too. That's like what people don't understand, right? Like I said, and I don't get tired of saying it. I don't have a problem with your sex preferences or what you want to be. You see where I'm coming from? At the end of the day, right? It's like I'm a woman, right? And I do have a past with me, even though I've overcome so many obstacles, right? And my past doesn't determine.
Yes, you have.
If I walk into a bathroom right now, a public bathroom, right, and I notice that that's a man in there, I'm going to get very uncomfortable. Regardless of anything, is a trigger. You see where I'm coming from? That's a trigger right there. There shouldn't be no man in a place where I'm thinking it's only women.
No, Living Antique, no.
So, no, that's why we wanted to hear from you. Because you said you were actually, you know,
whatever was
we want to hear different perspectives. So she's Living Antique. Living Antique says, do you think men just decide to transition because they're poorly skilled in the sport or their choice? No. We would love to hear different perspectives, because there's a reason why a lot of men do it, especially the ones that don't go through a trauma. You see where I'm coming from? So like that's why I'm like, come up. I don't mind hearing your perspective. Like I know there's reasons out there. There's, you know, people out here, you know, why they are the way they are. You see where I'm coming from? It's like people tell me, like they hear my story and they're like, you're not a dyke, you're not a stud, you're not. No, I'm not. The simple fact of kissing a woman turns my stomach. I'm not none of that.
Right.
You see where I'm coming from? No, what happened to me didn't turn me. You see where I'm coming from? What happened was it gave me fear for a long time. I was scared to go outside. I was scared to be around men. Till this day, right? Even though I've overcome that fear being around men, right? But not outside in the streets. Sometimes I get a certain vibe, right? And I listen to my gut, because I don't trust a lot of men out here. But I do know that there are men out here that I can trust. But if my gut is saying walk away, I'm going to walk away, because that fear right there is coming out for a reason. But my whole point of that is, right, till this day, right, I can only see female doctors. I cannot see male doctors. I cannot be in a closed room with a man that I don't feel comfortable with.
And that's not only you. I prefer female doctors too. And the horrible stuff that happened to you never happened to me. And Living Antique, were you walking around? Because watching people on panels, it seems like when they walk around a lot, the Wi-Fi isn't like equally distributed.
It breaks up.
So you could
the
be
towers.
walking in an area, even in your own home, that the Wi-Fi isn't completely reaching.
Or the data, like when you're outside and you're just using your mobile data, the tower, sometimes it could be interrupted. I don't know how to explain it. The signal.
Yeah, you see, Living Antique just said, I'm in my shed and it's weird here. Yeah. So that's why there were so many problems. Okay.
But yeah, like at the end of the day, like,
and you have people who will take advantage of some of the people who are trans, who really just want to be a woman and be in women's sports and whatever. But you have a lot of people who will take that and use it to their advantage when they're not. And that's a big problem. There are men who do not have these genes and muscles that are more than ours. But for the that's really a minority. But there are people who will say, yes, I'm trans when they're really not, just to get the accolades, just to get whatever. So if you let one in, others will argue, well, that's not fair. You're letting one in, let us all in. And then that's where the domination happens. Making an exception can really mess things up.
Yeah. That's why I said at the end of the day,
Great living antique. Great. Thank you.
It's not about the person being a transgender. That's not why I brought the topic up.
Right.
It's about more of a woman's space. You see where I'm coming from? Even if you transition to become a woman, the shape of your body alone, the strength of your body alone, see where I'm coming from? It's still the strength of a man. It's not.
It's even like with Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts. Girl Scouts, I was in Girl Scouts. Where I was, it was nothing but arts and crafts. Now, if girls want to be in Boy Scouts, introduce some of those things into Girl Scouts, but don't, mix them together. If they want to go camping and learn survival skills, great. But we've seen so many times mixing of the genders doesn't always work out.
No, and you're correct.
There are feelings involved, like, well, it's not fair, and that's going to take away from the sportsmanship.
It's not even that. I want to add something to it, right? I used to go to girls. Oh shit! I thought I was adding. Okay, here we go. Now I added her. I used to go to Girl Scouts, right? Boom, chicka boom. I said, welcome back, living antique, right? And when I was going to Girl Scouts, we had the Girl Scouts here. Then a little more down, we had the Boy Scouts. They had us separated. We used to go to camp. The only time we would come together was when it was time to go swimming. You see where I'm coming from? Or when we would go camping. Even in camping, they had us separated in different spots, right? The moms with the girls, the coaches and the mentors and all that with the girls with the girls, the boys with the boys over there on the other side. Only time we would come together was during the hiking time. Now, at one point, they took the Boy Scouts out, and I didn't know why. Right now that I'm older, doing my research, trying to figure out, damn, okay, they bringing Girl Scouts back. I went into a little rabbit hole, and I did learn that the Boy Scouts went through the same thing that a lot of the Glen Mill students went through that were in the schools and programs, right? And I'm sitting here like, oh shit. So a lot of boys were getting, assaulted in these programs. And I'm sitting here like, that happens a lot with the boys. That's why I say I understand why a lot of boys, are the way they are when they grow up and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, the ones that I do know understand the fact, that underneath everything, they are this. You see where I'm coming from? Now, I've seen, the transgender thing, the transition from a man to a woman. I didn't really see it until I got older. So I don't understand it, and I don't really speak.
I can tell you why. I can tell you exactly why that is.
We're willing to listen.
Yeah.
So, most people, or at least most trans people who are out and publicly transitioning like now, are doing so because they feel safer to in general. Things have gotten a little more unsafe, but for a long time, let's say pre-2016. Before then, a lot of trans people were a little more trepidatious on medically transitioning, as there were no proper laws to protect them in case they face discrimination or like hate crimes or any of that. That kind of stuff wasn't readily available to protect trans and queer people from any sort of discrimination, whether it be physical or like in the world or medical. There is still there's still a little bit of a weird spot with transgender protections, but that's a separate thing. Another thing that I kind of wanted to bring up is, through the mid to late 80s, through the AIDS epidemic, a lot of queer people were lost to AIDS during then. So we don't have a lot of people now, or a lot of trans people now, or like trans people, let's say older than 40, that would be here with us because the government did not at all care about trans wellness. They were all gone by the time the 90s rolled around. So a lot of people that are transitioning now are only transitioning because they weren't there to be lost to the AIDS epidemic. So that's an entire spiel. We could easily talk about how the American government does not care about any minority whatsoever. But that's a separate conversation. Yeah, that's the gist of that, at least. Some of it is due to government negligence, some of it's fear, some of it's financial inability, some of it's, keeping a job. There's a lot of reasons why a trans person wouldn't transition even after realizing who they are. And sometimes it's a matter of getting away from bad family members. For example, I've had lots of friends who started their transition after they left the house, because they're like, if I start my transition here, there is no guarantee I will get out okay, because my family doesn't care. But I don't know if that made any sense.
I'm understanding you.
First off, Living Antique, breathe, have some water, because it seems like you're about to cry. No one here is condemning you of anything. Just breathe.
Oh, thank you.
And
I just talk really fast. I'm sorry.
Okay, we're here to understand. I want to get a better understanding on a lot of stuff, right? Because, at the end of the day, like I said, I grew up a certain way. I'm not here to judge. I'm not here to bash. I make sure I say that on every live, and I want everybody, to feel comfortable, come up and speak. Listen, I'm wanting to learn and understand. At the end of the day, I know Saddam and Gomorrah didn't just go down because it was Saddam and Gomorrah, right? It was deeper than that. You see where I'm coming from? So at the end of the day, I don't have a problem with the people that transitioned. There was a reason they did it. You see where I'm coming from? Did they believe their whole life it was like that? But there is an issue now where we're seeing within our communities, right, where parents are coming out. I don't know if they're making it worse on social media, right? But in certain communities, there are parents fighting certain schools because this is what's being taught to my child. I don't want to be taught. You see where I'm coming from? And I feel as though, okay, whatever's happening within the home, it should be within the home, right? If a child feels like it's a boy and it's wants to be a girl, or feels like it's a girl, right? It should be a conversation held between the mom and the dad, right? And if it can't be held there, well, then some therapy should be there. Like, parents should be understanding therapy until your child gets older.
Right therapist.
Yeah.
Until
your child gets older.
Who's just gonna say, no, you have a penis, you're a boy, that's it. No, you have to explore the feelings, but in a proper way, not in a way that's like saying, oh no, it shouldn't be there, cut it off because you feel like this.
Yeah.
There are so many people who have gone through the entire operation and
regret it,
and a lot of them are offing themselves. We don't need people to do that.
Exactly. So we want to get a better understanding.
Good people because of whatever's going on. Nobody should have to die because of this.
So I'm going to I'm going to talk about what y'all said in order as it goes to schools to people who transition and don't love it. So let me be the first to tell you, I have done years of research. I have been out as trans since my sophomore year of high school. I have dear friends to me that have transitioned. I have dear friends to me that detransitioned. Maybe socially they might not even have started their medical journey. I can tell you with the utmost confidence in my heart that everyone who I have met that has transitioned are insanely joyful and they love the life they are living. However, there are individuals who realize that maybe my gender identity isn't what it is. That is their journey to have. So just because some people regret it doesn't mean we should, prevent people from doing it all together. For example, you get a BBL. That shit is awful. And you paid $6,000 for it. And you're like, oh man, I wish I had my natural body back. And it's like, just because you didn't like it doesn't mean someone else might not. So it doesn't mean you should restrict anyone else for potentially getting a BBL, Slay. But I will say the detransition rate of people has been, there just a survey that came out from 2022 that was everyone who has mentioned detransitioning has only done it because of external pressure, not because of a misalignment, not because of bodily discomfort, because of external pressure.
Keep going.
I just got news of this today, actually. A lot of people who decide to detransition it's because of transphobia, not because of just I don't want to be trans anymore. It's because I am not safe being who I am. On the other end, as it regards to teachers in schools and kids, younger kids being able to transition, I'm 21. I graduated high school back in 22. So I grew up with a lot of other queer people around me, or at least a small group of us, because it's a high school, but you can't always be out. And I remember having friends that would go up to teachers and go like, hey, I'm really scared to tell you, but my name is this. I would like to be referred to this way. Please don't tell my parents. Now, when it comes to the please don't tell my parents part, it's not a matter of just withholding information from the parent. It's a matter of potential safety. Because if I'm a teacher, if a kid came up to me and told me that she was a trans girl, I'd be like, okay, would you like for me to address you this way in front of your parents or not? I don't know what goes on at home. Me as a teacher, if I were to be a teacher, I wouldn't know what goes on at home. So I don't know what goes on at home with people in my classes who might not be trans. I have to do whatever I can as a teacher and as a concerned party to keep that kid safe. Even if I have no grounds to believe anything's happening at home, it is still my responsibility as a teacher and as a guardian of these people to keep them safe. Now, as it goes to conversations held at home, it's harder. It's a little harder for queer kids and trans kids to be able to talk to their parents about things at home because, when you're a kid, you want nothing more than to please your mom and your dad. You want them to be happy, and you generally have that notion like, man, however they feel is how I feel. It's a whole separate thing. But if you as a kid don't feel safe to tell your parents, what other adult are you going to go to if not a teacher, if not the person you see 5 times a week for 8 hours a day? Teachers, on a completely separate note, are basically third or fourth parents. And because teachers are educators and they're supposed to be like the pinnacle of knowledge to these people, teachers have to be aware of, not only educating their students on the different lives that people lead, but also keeping their students safe regardless of the situation. And there have been
because my baby dad had an interaction not so long ago, right, with a teacher, right, and his daughter didn't understand he was a man, but he wanted to be called a she, right? And because my fiance's daughter, she sees a man, she kept calling him Mr. Sir. Don't call me Miss. That he came at her. He started coming at her. He disrespected her. So she went and made a complaint. That I don't think they listened to her. It got to the point where my baby pops had to go to school. Right? He's like, listen, I don't care what you want to be called, this and that, but my daughter's only this age. Blah 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 blah. At the end of the day, you got to understand her and respect the fact that she's still a child. You see where I'm coming from? Why is it that certain people do that? Like, is it out of fear? Because you understand a little more than me.
Most of the time, in my experience, because I've been on both ends, it's pain. So a lot of trans individuals already have a hard time being taken seriously because people will immediately dismiss them and go, oh yeah, you're just a guy in girls' clothes, when really being trans is an entire experience of the mind, body, and soul. So for me, when I first came out and people misgendered me, it hurt because it's like you're looking at me in my face and telling me you don't take me seriously. However, given the fact that this is a kid, it's an entirely separate situation.
Yeah.
Her teacher definitely should not have disrespected her. That's don't do that. That's a kid. Why are you weird? But we also, in this case, of course, take the side of the kid because no adult should be disrespecting a child.
Yeah, because I've seen grown men, that I don't know how to say, is it transgender men or women? Like when there's a man and they go into, they're transgender into a woman, is
a transgender woman.
Okay, it's a transgender woman. All right. So I've seen a lot of them in person, right? And they're so sweet, right? And then when I say Mr. or Sir, they don't get mad. They're like, I don't care what you call me. I know what I am, right? So that's different compared to somebody that'll sit here and catch an attitude because you'll be like, Mr. or Sir. I'm like, you're still dressing like a man. So I'm like, I didn't know that I was supposed to call you ma'am. So like, that's why I was asking that question. Like, I want to see how can there be ways to avoid future conflict with certain people, right? Because we need to understand each other. This is not going to stop. So I want to bring the solutions. You see where I'm coming from? I want to understand what's going on. So instead of
solution would
fighting
be
somebody,
if you
I want to understand.
Oh heavens,
I'm so
sorry.
sorry about that.
What was I gonna say? Oh, sorry.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
When it comes to, interacting with someone, you might not know what their gender is. You simply ask. Basically go, what are your pronouns? How would you like to be preferred? Excuse me, how would you like to be addressed? And even if, for example, that person you mentioned that you called her Mr. instead of Miss, and she,
No, not
affirmed
me.
herself.
I was saying it because of my fiance's daughter. You see where I'm coming from? Because it's like it's happening a lot. That's why I bring these type of topics up. Like, and I'm so glad you hit the panel because you've been the first person that hit the panel and has been, brave enough to speak on it. Like, I can't get a better understanding unless somebody comes up and speaks with me. You see where I'm coming from? So other than that,
this kind of stuff means a lot to me.
As far
Like
as
a lot to me.
walking up to someone and asking them, I won't do that. I will just go by what I see and what I hear. Like, I'm hearing from Living Antique. Living Antique sounds like a girl. But if I'm mistaken and then I'm told, no, I'm this, that's different.
It's true. I'm not a girl.
There's no harm in just being told, oh no, I'm not a ma'am, I'm a sir. But when some get into the point of, like, there's a video of a guy who was in a store just trashing things. I'm not a sir, I'm a ma'am. That's a problem.
That's more on them, if anything. So,
right.
Especially if it's like a repeat offender.
It's one thing to mistake, but if you mistake and correct it in a respectful way, that's great.
Mm-hmm.
If even the correction is off, it can start problems.
It really depends on the person. Sometimes people are people and people will act on their emotions sometimes. We're only human. But there is a matter of respect as well. Everyone should remember that. Of course, there are moments where I get like repeatedly misgendered by people, and it gets to the point where I have to leave the room and just cry because some of it's really hurtful to be invalidated, especially by people who know who you are. That's what hurts more. Like, it's one thing for a stranger to misgender me. I can easily correct them. But if it's like my mom or a close friend that are just misgendering me repeatedly, that's when it starts to hurt because I told you and you know who I am. I know who I am, but do you see me as I tell you? That's an entire separate rant on perception. But I hope I'm making some sort of sense.
You are, but there's also what people see, their brains just click and automatically go to.
Facts.
And you can't
actually you opened another can of worms. I'm so excited.
Well, good. This stuff needs to be talked about, but there has to be respect on both sides. And so far, this conversation is on both sides. There's both sides respect, which is wonderful. But in the street, things can turn very different.
They can,
like it
always depends on the
day.
person.
It sat in me the other day, right? And I want the youth, like, we need to talk more to our kids about this, right? Because there are kids that don't understand, and especially because they see their parents bash. You see, I'm not, like I said, I'm not here to bash. I'm glad she came up because she's given us another perspective, right? But not so long ago here in Philadelphia, right? I have the video, right? I don't know if I'm going to find it here, but while I'm talking to y'all, right? Here in Philadelphia, a transgender lady got some type of acid type fluid thrown in her face by the youth. And I'm saying here, that's fucked up at the end of the day. I'm like, are we talking to our kids? What are we doing?
That is a hate crime.
Coming from, let me see. I'm trying to find the video.
That's
I know I have it. That's why I bring topics like this up. We need to bring more awareness
about a guy who was gay. They hung him on a hurricane fence and tortured him.
Oh, wow.
No, that kind of stuff has to stop.
I'd like to bring up something.
Okay.
I'm sorry. When you mentioned a trans woman literally being hate crime, it reminded me of something. when it comes to feminism, people frequently forget that the feminine experience is so vastly different across all women, including trans women. And women frequently are harassed and dismissed and assaulted and treated as other when women are obviously human. When we acknowledge the patriarchy, we also have to acknowledge the patriarchy's influence on trans women. Because trans women are women, they experience a lot of the same hateful things that cis women face. And if we don't include trans women in our, oh my days, I'm sorry. If we don't include trans women in our advocacy for women's rights, we're not going to get anywhere because we're not including all women in the process. So
I
with that in
disagree
mind,
with you on one point.
mhm.
I think trans women may go through more in a sense than what's called cis women, because the people doing the horrible stuff know that the trans woman isn't actually a woman, and that makes it 10 times worse on the trans because there is more hatred coming at. More than just if it's a regular woman, a trans, there's a lot more hate too.
Of course, yes. And this has to be, talked about directly because, heavens, my words are everywhere. But wait, you have the video up. That's so cool. I didn't know you could do that. That's so cool.
Yeah, on
play the video real
StreamYard you
quick.
can do it. The only problem is Riders is using a phone.
No, I'm not on my phone. I'm
Oh,
on the
well, it
on the
looks
computer.
really small.
Oh, because I have it on portrait, so I'm trying to get out of this
I don't
sector
know
for a
anything
minute
about
already.
that. Whenever I
Yeah.
use StreamYards, it's always the video is always bigger than my little avatar.
Yeah, that's when you have it on the regular mode. Now you can
Right,
switch
okay,
it on
I'm
this
sorry.
mode and get outside the algorithm. So now I'm on StreamYard, and I also will pop up on the shorts and on the lives.
Okay.
So it's kind of like, trying to get in different algorithms, not just stay stuck on one sector. So with this video right here, right? It says children throw liquid at women causing severe burns. Philly police say. So they're not going to say trans woman, but the woman is trans here. And according to my research, the kids seem to be about the age of 8. That's my daughter's age. This is why
Oh
we
my
need
dear.
to talk. And there was no reason why these kids at that age, no matter if it was a trans woman, no matter what it was, no matter if it was a regular woman, right? It doesn't matter. There shouldn't have been no acid thrown in this woman's face at all.
You're assaulting a human being for what?
Yes, that right there.
You're
at the
8
end of the
years
fucking
old.
day.
You don't know what's what really. That's
I'd like to remind us I'd like to remind us something that everyone already knows. Hate is a taught thing. No one is born hateful.
So I'm gonna play this video real quick, and then I'm gonna let the ladies play, give their opinion and their perspective while I run to the store after we play this video.
Oh, word, okay.
Tonight, police are looking for 3 suspects they believe are behind a chemical attack.
It's a story we first brought you at NBC 10 News at 4. Based on this surveillance video, police think the attackers are kids anywhere from 8 to 12 years old. Investigators say whatever they threw on the victim caused serious burns. NBC 10's Shaira Arias has more on the effort to track down those suspects.
Jacqueline and Fred, these are the children that police say they are looking for. We spoke to people in that area where the attack happened. They say they are very concerned because they feel like this could have happened to anyone. Police are hopeful that someone knows who they are and calls 911.
In my opinion, they're anywhere from 8 to 12 years old. Yes. Very small juveniles.
Those are the ages of the suspects police say they are looking for after a woman was severely burned with an unknown chemical in West Philadelphia. Officials say the attack happened when she got off the L.
Now, I want y'all to look at the pictures. And yes, she is a transgender woman, but they're not going to say it here, because of the law. This is a hate crime. Like, I think it was Living Antique or Miss Ellie said. I'm not sure which one said it, but one of them said it. This is a hate crime.
Mm-hmm.
And then committed by
what gets me is
8-year-olds.
These are babies. Where did babies get it in their heads you can hurt someone just because you don't like how they are?
It's a taught thing. It's quite obviously a taught thing. I hope she's in recovery. Like that's awful.
She's in recovery, and it's messed up though, because transgender or not, it's a beautiful face. Y'all just messed up.
Yep.
Just like listen,
She is really cute, actually.
Yes. Like, come on, that's messed up.
That hurts my heart so bad. Like, this happens all of the time, like even in subtle ways. This is why we have to, broaden people's minds or open people's minds to, trans liberation and, acknowledging that trans people do need protection and safety. When these things happen, it's easy to sweep it under the rug as if, that's just how the world is. But this is a deliberate, targeted practice. Like, I believe the anniversary.
Now, but you cannot sweep it under the rug. This is an assault. I don't care what the reason was. It's an assault. It should not happen, no matter what your reasonings are.
And technically, what they did was a war crime to an extent is considered a war crime. But, I don't know if you can convict a 12-year-old for a war crime.
No, but an 8-year-old can get arrested and charged as an adult. That's the messed up part about it.
But there has to be counseling for, at a bare minimum, you don't hurt another human being. Whether you think how they're living is wrong or not, as long as they're not hurting anyone, you back off. You don't.
That's what we learn in kindergarten.
Well,
they fresh out of kindergarten and forgot.
But this lady wasn't hurting nobody. Like, there's surveillance video. There's more videos out there. I'm gonna play the video so y'all can see it because I gotta run to the store. But I'm gonna let the video play and then I'm gonna let y'all talk real quick while I run to the store because I want the people to hear. And I'm so glad I got somebody that can give us a better understanding. So a big shout out to Living Antique, yo. And I'm not sure if you got a channel, but if you do, when I come back, I'll leave your link down below so people can go check you out if they wish to go check you out.
Oh, sure. So, I will say I do have to leave. My family just surprised us, so I have to go say hi.
Okay. But
thank y'all for listening, by the way. It means a lot. But I'll leave y'all with the notion that don't stop learning and pursue the good things that exist, because there's not just one perspective to everything.
That's a fact.
And
I look at all of this for two people. There was a TV show called All in the Family.
I remember that show.
Edith Bunker, and the other one is Whoopi Goldberg. Whoopi Goldberg said on The View once, if you have a problem with gay people getting married, don't marry a gay person. I believe that. And with Edith Bunker, she had said something basically, if whatever's going on is God's business, you let God tend to it, not you.
Thanks.
We are only humans. We are not judges.
Towards everything. Yes.
But thank y'all so much for having me.
Just stay away.
Thank you so much for giving us another.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Another way of, how can I say, another point of view, another way of seeing this situation, because something has to get done. And a lot of us need to learn, especially with, like I said, I grew up knowing what, I don't want to get it straight, but I'm going to say it anyway. I grew up knowing what gay people were, right? But I didn't know what transgender were. Not until recently, until 8 years ago. So look how long it's been, and I'm still not understanding, why a lot of, men and women do undergo this transition. So I want to get a better understanding to it, and I want to understand the person that's talking to me, because I am around a lot of people. You see where I'm coming from, that are transgender. Like I told y'all, my son has friends that are either in the process of it or considering themselves transgender. And they're the kindest people. They don't have a problem. Like, when I say that you're a boy and stuff like that, when I, accidentally call them by their real name, not the name that they made up. But other people seem to have a problem. And it's to the point where I'm like, oh shit, you just lost your life because you just sat here and cursed somebody out because they couldn't say miss, and they saw you as a mister. Like, we need to get a resolution to take point blank period. Because our kids is doing this type of shit now. I'm sorry to say it like that. I'm sorry I'm cussing, but
it's fine.
We're teaching our kids hate, and that's not what it should be. Like I had to explain to my daughter. I was like, "Look, I'm so sorry."
No, it's okay. Go ahead. I was
Because I
going to
had to
recommend y'all
explain-
some stuff.
Hello. Hey, let me go
You're
back to the
blacking out
StreamYard.
again, Living Antique.
But yeah, while she comes back, I was explaining to my daughter the other day, right? There's different reasons why, a lot of men are, turning into women. And I was like, you're not going to get
Now
a better.
you're messing up writers.
Oh, I am? Oh, man. How about now?
Yeah.
All right.
No, you're better.
All right. I had to
But
explain to
Living
my daughter.
Antique is just silent.
I know. Morpheus is having a battle. They don't want us to talk about this show. I'm telling you. But I had to explain to my daughter, right, about the transgenders a little bit. But I couldn't really explain to my daughter because I only understand a few people around me, those that are around me. Like, okay, this person went through some type of abuse. This person, went through some type of trauma. That's all I could explain. I can't explain why, a lot it's coming out more and more, and we're seeing it more and more because I don't understand nobody's story unless I hear it. So how can I read the pages of somebody's book if I haven't read or skimmed through the chapters yet?
Exactly.
So this is hard. That's why I said I am so glad that Living Antique came up here. Morpheus took her.
Yes.
But I know she said she had something to do, so I appreciate Living Antique.
And
for
even
coming
if
up
you
here.
don't agree with transgenders, even if you don't agree with that, don't hurt them. What do you got to constantly hurt people for? If you don't agree with what they are or how they are, they're not hurting anyone, let them be. And a lot of people would say, no, but if you really can't get over that, don't be around them. Because it's not going to be fair to anyone if you really can't stand it. Your triggers might actually hurt someone.
That's how I know I don't hate nobody. Because like I said, you see what I don't hate people. I don't hate nobody. That's why I'm like, yo, man, I just want us to get along. I don't care what your preference is. It's not my business. It's not my kids' business. You see where I'm coming from? Like I tell people, you want to be this, you want to be that, go ahead and be it. But just don't sit here and make it seem like, okay, make it seem like this is like this when in reality, no. You see where I'm coming from? Like a boy is a boy, a girl is a girl. Now, you went through something or you feel as though you're not comfortable in your body, explain that. I don't know if I just said that right. I don't know if I broke it down right.
When kids start talking about this and they're starting to say there's something that in your heart they're not, counseling needs to happen to just explore the feelings.
That's why I said that earlier.
Not to say, no, what you're thinking is wrong or bad, but explore them, because what if it's not what they're saying, but what if it is? That has to be clarified in the person's head, in everyone's head.
Facts. But I want y'all to listen to this real quick, right? And then we're going to keep talking a little more on the topic if Ms. Ellie wants to.
Market Street, just after 1 p.m. June 1st, the same day thousands were out celebrating the start of the month of Pride.
She was walking down the street, going to her destination with her earphones in, so there was no interaction.
Detectives have released surveillance video showing the suspects just moments before the attack on the L at 52nd Street. And here, police say they are seen moments after the chemical assault getting off on 60th Street. The woman, identified as Diana, suffered severe injuries. Investigators are testing the chemical to find out exactly what it was, as well how the suspects, who could be minors, got a hold of it.
It's crazy out here. They just need to do better things out here with these kids, giving them some kind of activity group or something to get them off the street.
That was Lisa Sample's reaction when she heard the suspects were
That
just
was
children.
taken away.
The stop.
What happened, Miss Ellie?
We used to have all these after-school programs, but
We don't have them no more.
the cities decided it wasn't financially a good thing. When my son was in school, they even had a class for circus people. Well,
She
once
said-
you find out nobody wants to be in a circus, you get rid of that part. But you keep on all the others. And when people have too much time on their hands, they can do some bad things, horrific things like this. Why is this even an option for kids to do? Where did they get that it would be okay to throw this chemical on anyone? And where did they get the chemical in the first place?
But peep it, if you heard what the news reporter said, you could tell it was done intentionally. It was done exactly on the day of the Pride Parade.
And that's
she was with her headphones, minding her business. And they were celebrating Pride Day that day here in Philly, in West Philly. So it's one hell of a coincidence that something that's never happened, you know, just because out of nowhere, boom, this day it happens.
And
no,
there
we're teaching
are-
our kids hate.
There are some parades that should not be allowed. There are parades where the people, whether they're trans, gay, or whatever, will go around naked. They will do this, but I
Why
don't
do they do
think
that?
that's all of them. It's been all over YouTube, on the news.
Oh shit! I haven't seen that
And
in Philly yet.
heterosexual parents are bringing their kids to these celebrations. No. If you're just having a parade, great. You're nude, that's a problem.
Yeah, that's a huge problem.
But that's not everyone who's trans. That's not everyone who's gay.
It's not. As you can see, this lady right here was minding her own business.
Exactly. Why did this have to happen to this person?
On Market
Like
Street,
I've
where the
said
victim
before,
got off,
there will-
is her
oh,
usual
sorry.
stop.
Oh no,
Sorry.
you're okay. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
It's like I said before, and I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's why I was trying to let you go so you ain't lose it.
I'm sorry. I
Did
don't
you
remember what I was gonna say.
I thought you stopped because you took a real big pause. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna press
Because
play.
I'm trying to remember and I didn't.
All right, I'm gonna press play. Her thought won't come back, maybe.
She thinks anyone could have been a victim of the attack.
I'm very aware when I'm going to work and from work and stuff, and you know my surroundings, because it's crazy out here.
They were all wearing hoodies. One was blue. One of the individuals was wearing blue Crocs.
So far, this is all police say they know about the suspects. They are hopeful someone recognizes them.
We got to get these individuals off the street.
Friends of the victim opened a GoFundMe page to help the victim with medical bills. In Philadelphia, Shaira Arias, NBC 10 News.
911. What's your emergency?
So we know that this victim is gonna have to go through some type of plastic surgery to recover their face.
Yep. And who knows what damage might have been done to their nerves.
Like that was like if you seen the picture, like the whole side of this person's face was messed up. Like it looked like
Where
they
did
went
they
and-
get the chemical, and where did they get this attitude from? That's what I'd like to know.
It's the behavior we see in these kids.
Because even when I was growing up, if there was something I didn't like, I just walked away. What is going on now that when people see something they don't like, they have to destroy it?
We're teaching our kids hate. It's like hate is overpowering love for some reason.
And I think that might be what the elites want. Keep us at odds. We can't stop them from doing the crap they're doing.
That's a fact. And that's why I had mentioned earlier about, you know, my son's friends and early stuff like that. I had to mention them because I wanted to prove a point. Like at the end of the day, like listen, it's not all of them. You see where I'm coming from? There are some that you can sit here and have conversations with, but I'm trying to figure it out. So shout out to Living Antique, right? Because she said that the ones that do react like that, when you know, say ma'am instead of Mr. or Mr. instead of ma'am, right? It's because they have pain inside of them. And I would like to hear from more that, you know, are a part of this. Like, listen, we don't hate people here. One thing that I want to do and why I bring these lives up is we want to get more people together because we could do it. They say that positive lives won't prosper, but at the end of the day, I'm thriving. I'm not striving. You see where I'm coming from? Little by little, I'm coming up, and little by little, I'm getting more people to come up and speak. That's why I say Living Antique was brave today, because the topics that I bring up here are very sensitive. Me personally, I feel as though they need to be talked about. Sometimes when I talk, you know, I may be raw and uncut, and it sounds like I'm being a little biased or sounds like I'm being a little harsh. But no, it's just that I don't know. I'm a poet, all right? I like writing. So sometimes my words will come out, like I just sat here and I just, how can I say, what is it called when you sharpen? I just sharpen my blade. So it's not me going against anybody. It's not me bashing anybody, because at the end of the day, when it comes to this situation, right, even the people that are around me that are either in the process of, going into transition, right, or feel as though that they are a man, right, and want to be a woman, right, they don't have a problem with somebody saying Mr. Sir, saying that you, at the end of the day, have male organs inside of you, or that you carry a third leg if you have it. But others get offended to the point where they get unalived.
It gets violent.
And it's getting to the point where kids can't tell the difference. Oh, can I talk to this one? Can I talk? Oh, no, you're just gay. Oh, you're helping. I got to say it because it's true. I don't hate everybody in the fucking world. Nope. I mean, I like certain things that people, I don't hate. I don't have hate in my work. I mean, in my heart. Let me put it like that. All right. Let me rephrase all of this. I don't have hate in my heart. I may not like what certain people do or the way certain people carry themselves, right? And when I don't like the way people carry themselves, or when they do certain things that I don't like, I walk away from them. I don't come around them, because being around them is going to make shit go to the left. You see where I'm coming from? Into the left is not where I'm trying to go. I'm
down.
Exactly. So like I said, I'm not here to bash.
To be brought down like that.
You know how many people are around me, right, that support every cause that I come, and guess what? They come from every ethnicity.
You
they
went
come
out
from different
again.
Cultures. My bad. Am I better now? Am I better?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It might be the Wi-Fi, or it might be StreamYard.
I think it's StreamYard. But I can hear
Because
me
I
on
go
the
through
phone.
this with my Rumble videos. With my Rumble videos, there are times when I go back from the movie I'm reacting to just talking. There's a problem. There's a loading problem.
Do I sound better now?
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, conversations that are needed, man, because it's so much out there that we don't know, right? And at the end of the day, like I said, there's people, I get supported by different people, right? Some are just straight up males that love straight up pussy. You see where I'm coming from?
Right. And like you said, at the end of the day, you can still not like the person for how they are.
Oh, there, you took it back, because I had lost the track. I'm like, damn, I knew I was saying something, but
yeah, you can still not like the person, but you don't have the right to hurt them. You don't have the right to shove your beliefs down their throat.
Exactly.
But you do have the right to just say, you know what? That's them. I don't have to be like that, but I also don't have to hurt them. And a lot of people believe you're not the way you want them to be. You can hurt them or beat them into submission. No. This is horrible.
Living Antique was explaining earlier.
Those kids are messed up as well. Because for right now, they're getting away with it. what's to stop them from doing it again to someone else?
That's a fact. No, it's not what's going to stop them to doing it again from somebody else, because they're sugarcoating it right now because of the situation. Let's be real. Let's be raw about it. They're sugarcoating it right now because they didn't even mention. They said woman instead of saying transgender woman. See where I'm coming from?
Right. But a lot of transgenders want to be identified as the sex or the gender they're trying to be.
Listen,
so maybe they're just saying woman because.
But we gotta be real and uncut, because at the end of the day, look, it happened during the parade. All right, it's not going to happen to just any woman. It's not going to happen to a man.
These kids to do it.
See, we got to look outside the box.
You have to look at everything.
Because, like I said, the media is not going to put everything out there. Like I understand.
Bought and paid for.
Why is it that any other given time they would say transgender woman, but in this specific situation they made sure they said woman?
Because it's not true journalism. They're given a script.
So it's like I look at everything. You see where I'm coming from, and then I start trying to okay.
See, I wouldn't even have picked that out. I wouldn't have picked that out that it happened during June, which is Pride Month. I wouldn't have picked it out that it happened during a parade time.
But I did though, because it's right there. They say it in our faces. I'm saying
but even what we don't pick out, the bottom line is these kids had no right to do that.
Facts.
They hurt someone, and for right now, they are getting away with it. The more people get away with something, the more they will have the boldness to continue to do it.
Facts.
No matter if you don't like the fact that this person was trans or not, you don't have the right to hurt them.
Yeah, and if this person was somebody's child at the end of the day. You see where I'm coming from?
Someone's
we know that
it could actually be someone's parent. It's someone's sister, a brother, cousin, friend. This person is going to have problems for the rest of their life. There is no way they're not. There could be nerve damage to where they can't smile, they can't blink.
And they in critical condition too, so we're not going to really know until they're
critical. Critical can go either way. So this person could actually die from what these kids did. And then what are their parents going to say? They're just kids. You can't punish them for this.
That's why they're getting harsher on these laws. Talking about that, Miss Brooklyn lady, Ellie, what do you think about they're saying that Trump is trying to pass this new law, right? And even though it has to do with the food stamps and supplemental income, right? It still goes towards they're trying to say that kids could be dependent from the age of 8. They're changing it from the age of 18 to the age of 8.
Yeah, I didn't hear that. I actually read some of this big, beautiful thing he keeps.
Yeah, that's what I was reading.
And I saw a PDF file. It needs a lot of work.
Because I'm saying, I'm like,
they're saying 16-year-olds can work for food stamps.
That's
16-year-olds, especially in the summer, are supposed to be getting summer jobs in order to get that experience.
That's a good thing.
Yes.
But
my thing is, the food stamps, you're taking them away from a summer job.
Mm-hmm. My thing is letting them work is a good thing, not work for no food stamps. I wasn't even thinking about that. They twisted up a lot of the ideas that we've had fought on social media. I'm not gonna sit here and lie because these are things that we've talked about.
The bill doesn't say anything about 8-year-olds. So I don't know where this 8-year-old thing is coming from. But they do want 16-year-olds to work. The only way I could say, okay, yeah, do that is when the 16-year-olds.
Where the 8-year-olds is coming from, lady? Yeah. Hold up, my bad. Let me help you out with that. There was a Congress. You know how they got the meetings? You know how sometimes I will go live and I'll do the reviews and reactions to the Congress meetings and all that?
Mm-hmm.
They're debating it right now to drop in the dependent age. That's what it was. There's a video surfaced up. I got to look for it. I know I did it on one of my lives.
Kids are dependents until they're 18 or sometimes to 21.
It was
Why
a
are they
Congress,
dropping the age that
It's a debate right now.
they can't be dependents?
So it's a debate right now in Congress. I forgot. My bad. I said it all wrong to you, confused and discombobulated. My bad.
Uh-huh.
So this video from Congress has surfaced, right, where they're debating to drop the age from 18 to 8, right? Because they're trying to stop, this thing going on with the parents, with the food stamp fraud, much more. I can just keep going, right? So now they're saying that a lot of families, a lot of parents that are working and stuff like that, to cut the food stamp budget and all that, they're going to drop the age from 18 to 8, the dependent age, right? So now this has hit a controversy where a lot of people are talking, right? So does that mean that, a kid could work at the age of 8? I was sitting here, I was like, can you tell me what kid you can get a tablet out their hand long enough to focus on a job? Some of these kids don't even know math. Some of these kids don't know how to read. Some of these kids don't know how to fucking give a signature. How are they going to sign a fucking check? Even though everything now is done electronically. But even with that electronic, where is their electronic signature going to come from? Were they just going to put initials in that shit? My whole point is these kids are not ready. They're still emotional. They're not mature. Half of us adults are not emotionally grown up yet. Not, how can I say
exactly?
Not mature. We're not maturely. How can I say
they
developed?
are giving too many choices to kids.
Thank you.
And also,
now
we know about all the pedophilia stuff that's going on with the elites and whatever. You take the kids off of being a dependent, they can make the choice of whether to suck a grown-up's dick or not.
Oh shit. Look
at that Epstein's Island shit. Look at what Elon Musk just did. Oh, the reason that paperwork is not coming out is because Trump is on it. Have a nice day. We know Trump is in his files. We know Trump was his friend. We know all of this. But the lawyer for Epstein specifically asked Epstein before he died, was Trump part of these elites screwing little kids? And Epstein said no. And if Elon Musk had this information,
he would have put it out.
When did he get it? Why didn't he put it out? And why did he allow his 4-year-old to be around Trump so much?
You're asking the right questions now.
And these elites, they do want to be able to screw little kids. Not all of them, but it is a vast majority. Where are all those kids that went missing from the border? Trump and his investigations and whatever he was ordering found some. Where are the rest? There was even something on CBS 2 News here in New York where a social worker had put a little girl in a hotel. She was like 14.
Damn.
Because they were running out of places to put the kids who are in the system. And the kid contacted her saying, I'm hungry. The social worker met her on the street and the girl recorded the conversation. The social worker told her, start sucking dick.
What?
And get paid for it, and then you'll have money to get yourself food.
Yo, that
shit
shit is
on
crazy.
the news. So the elites don't care about kids. Why is this being allowed? Why are you dropping the age of to 8?
That's the same question I'm asking. So I'm going down the rabbit hole.
They want 8-year-olds to say, I'm an adult, I can do what I want. So if they're caught in even an incestuous relationship, it's okay because they're an adult making their own decisions. I don't like that shit.
It's already bad enough that these mofos, the HIPAA law, they changed it where the kids could, make the decision on whether they get counseling or therapy at the age of 13. I feel as though that we should let them work at 13, but make the decision if they should go to therapy or not. It should be ours. Because if I feel as though that my child needs some type of mental health,
decide. You cannot.
Oh, that law was passed already.
Well, I'm a boy. I want to be a girl. Cut my penis off. You don't let kids make that kind of decision.
Let them get older, and if they still want to do it,
did you see the operations?
Yeah. We did a live on that one day.
That is very invasive, those surgeries. And the adults are having a hard time deciding whether or not to go through with it. Look at Cher's daughter, who's trans. She still has her female parts down there. She doesn't like the operation that it's going to take to turn her from down there with a vagina to a penis. She's an adult. She can make that decision. Kids cannot make that decision because, like I said, one minute they want to be a ballerina, next minute they want to be an astronaut. They don't know what they want. Neither do a lot of adults, but adults have to make those decisions, not the kids. Leave the kids alone, and when they're old enough, let them make their own decisions. This is wrong, and I don't know if Trump is pushing this.
No, you gotta realize they all pushing in a crazy way. People may think I'm crazy, but listen.
I mean, the 16-year-old thing, working for food stamps, I can understand if the 16-year-old is on their own, they have kids, they're getting government housing and all this other stuff, and they're not finding a job. Yeah, they're going to have to do some kind of work, and that will give them work experience. But you also have to provide them with daycare, good daycare to take care of the kids, so they can go out and get this experience. But if they're in school, you don't substitute work for school. They need the education. And that big, beautiful deal, there is actually a line in there that's doubled. Word for word, it's doubled back to back. That's what I read in the PDF form. There's so much in that, no one's going to understand. And I think it should be put in a way that people can understand, so they can say whether or not they're for or against this big, beautiful plan. Because we're the ones who vote to put those people in the place to do things for us. And they're just taking over, doing whatever they want. You can't do that. And everybody is putting so much stock into what Elon Musk says. Elon Musk believes he's a time-traveling alien.
I'm dead.
So you gotta be careful. Yes, he's doing a lot of good, but what? I'm a time-traveling alien.
Thanks. I mean, people forget that Elon Musk is autistic, though. His reality and ours is different.
And for what he did to Trump and to the American people, that was acting like a child. And he's 54.
Mm-hmm.
You don't act like a child like that, especially in the world we live in now, where anyone who's by Trump can just kill him. What if he's not in that paperwork the way Elon Musk was making it seem? And again, what punishment should Elon Musk face? He hid all that information to get the EV mandate done, because his company is all about electric vehicles. So you also played with the American people to get what you wanted, and when you didn't, boom.
Screwed them over.
There's so much wrong. You can't just blame one person. There is enough blame to go around. Even with us, we're allowing the dividing to take place. If we stood together, Congress and all them couldn't get away with the crap they're pulling. But they also put a lot of fear in us. That fear is also very dividing.
These are all things that we be talking about on the words panel, yo. And he be breaking these drones down on every live, and he says the same thing. And what's crazy is that a lot of us do run on emotions. Fear being one of them. Why?
Fear is paralyzing.
But it's more than fear. But I feel as though me personally, it's my opinion, right? Not nobody else's that fear is the number one that's running through everybody's head for some reason.
Yes.
It's like when I was explaining the situation, right, about what happened when the crackhead broke into my through my backyard into my shed. I've had a lot of people like, why didn't you shoot? Because I wasn't running on emotions. I wasn't running on fear. Then I got to see a good glimpse at who the fuck it was. You see where I'm coming from? Ain't nobody waiting for this bull out there. Like, you see, we like if you live within communities that are tight, right, and are together, like mine is a little bit, we separate at times, right? And there's a lot of us that still stick together, right? And by us sticking together, we get many to come together, right? Whether they stay or leave, that's one thing, right? But at the end of the day, we know where the crackheads, who they are, who they hang with, where we're going to find them. You see where I'm coming from if something happens. Like, Bull was just high out his fucking mind. And I do know my laws. I do know my rights here in Philly. I feel safe. I know that all I got to scream is, baby daddy. I got to scream for my 18-year-old, my 15-year-old. They'll come down, right? But I gave the warning, shield up, get out. They saw what was in my hand. That shit woke them the fuck up, and they ran faster than Sonic the Hedgehog. It's not like I had to give a warning 3 to 4 times. Like the second get out, he was out. He was already out by the first get out. But my whole point is I was screaming, shouting, BJ, get out! JJ, get out! Like, I don't know what it was, but I did it. But it wasn't out of fear. It was, get your little black asses down here. I need y'all.
Right.
So as soon as they came down, I moved the stove. The dog was able to run out. My boys ran out after them. Boom. It's like everything happened fast, but not so fast that I couldn't see or like, okay, I got to shoot right away because I'm scared. No, not like that.
But there are situations when you can't.
Where you got to react fast.
Like there was something on the news and they made it all about race. This black woman was out partying. When she was dropped off by her cab or Uber or friend, whatever it was, she broke into a house she thought was hers. And the white neighbor who owned the house, it was dark out. It was nighttime. He just knew somebody was breaking in his house. They got in and he pulled the trigger. They tried making it about race and that the white guy was at fault. Well, why isn't the black woman at fault for breaking into the wrong house? You're putting all these, well, this was probably in his head and that was probably in his head. Well, what was probably in her head? Oh, just getting into her own home. No. It was getting in anywhere. She was too messed up to really notice it wasn't her home.
Facts.
So how can you take her responsibility away and put it all on him? Just by saying it's a black or white issue to trigger people to keep them divided.
And I would have been in that same situation if I would have just fired first. Like, dude,
right, but you said
wasn't
you
gonna do
saw
shit.
everything. You saw everything. This guy couldn't
Yeah.
see. It was
I
night.
saw everything.
All the lights were out.
And listen, the laws here in Philly, right? Once I gave the warning, right? If I would have shot, I've already been shooting him from the back. If I would have been able to shoot at the foot, which is legal here in Philadelphia, right? Anything
shooting in the back is considered to be different.
Exactly.
They're actually running away.
So when you're warning, the first warning, like if you're going to give a shoot, if you're going to shoot, warning, shoot at the leg. But I didn't have access to the bull's leg because my stove was blocking the bull. You see where I'm coming from? I don't know what it was, what made me have my stove there that day. I just wanted to clean. That's all I wanted to do. You see where I'm coming from?
Right.
My intention was not, shoot somebody. They broke into you. I mean, yeah, if he would have been armed, that's a different story. All right, boom, boom, motherfucker came in this bitch armed. I'm not thinking twice of protecting my kids.
Exactly.
But when I saw him, his hands were up. And he was mumbling some shit. You see where I'm coming from? Oh, this motherfucker high out his fucking mind. And he's trying to kick my stove, so he's kicking the stove. As soon as I pulled my hand up, my kids behind me, you see where I'm coming from? Right. He ran. So I was like, if I would have shot, I would have shot him on the back, and I would have been in jail. I would have been in the news. This would have been a black on Hispanic crime.
Right.
Stupid asses. I was like, learn y'all laws from where y'all at. And if you're protected in your own home, you shouldn't be scared.
Exactly.
I wasn't running on fear. Like, I had a whole pistol on me. Push come to shove, if I would have been threatened, I would have, did what I had to do. But at the end of the day, I didn't have to. And that's where I feel blessed. Because it gave me an opportunity to see two different points of views from two different people that wasn't the same situation. One didn't shoot, the other one did.
Right.
And now I'm like, okay, now I get both of theirs, but I'm with the person that didn't shoot, unless I was in danger. I didn't feel like I was in danger.
That's your experience, and that's all we can do. We can only go by what we've been through, what we've seen, what we've heard.
Exactly.
And it's like a lot of people don't get that. They expect you to have a clear mind in that situation, and you can't all the time.
No,
I'm sorry, my landlord just started doing work on my door.
But yeah, that's how it be. That's what I'm saying. Like, the emotions, we can't just always run by emotions. Like, I don't know, maybe
we are emotional beings and it tends to take over. But if we're in the wrong, we're in the wrong.
That's a fact.
And a lot of us can't see that until it's just way too late.
Mm-hmm. And it's like I tell people, like, street justice doesn't always got to end up with somebody's, a bullet in somebody's head, right? And I tell people, respect doesn't always mean you got to carry a pistol. Like, at the end of the way, when I see this person, all I got to do is lift my hands. Like, that's all I got to do. But I have two boys right there to do that for me. I didn't have to lift one hand. So either way, I was like, I tell everybody, I had a pistol in mine, and then I had backup at the end. So if I didn't need that pistol, a beat down would have been a street lesson right there. Don't come in this bitch no more. Because next time it won't be a warning. That's all it is. Like, let me give them a warning at the end of the day. If I see it. Oh shit, this one of the crackheads from outside. I don't know who the fuck this is. You see my point? Like, we're a community where we really know everybody within it.
And so the government, I think, is allowing these drugs in.
Mm-hmm. But we already know it.
It's all part of the plan to keep us divided, so we can't get them out and not let them do what they're doing.
That's a fact.
And it's like most people don't get it. Yeah, I fought with a lot of people on this app, mostly black women. They've started with me. There was all the proof. No one wanted to know about the proof. That's what the officials are hoping on. Because if we are united and we can't get past this, we're not going to be worried about what they're doing.
It's a fact. Tom McDonald said it best on that song Brainwashed. And he explains that he broke it down into steps how they do it. But nobody want to listen. It's like the lady
is now saying they don't want anyone under 21 in their stores. People tried to turn that. Yeah. There was a news article about it, because when you get high school kids in there, they fight a lot. They turned it into a racial thing.
Oh,
so what? The only kids in high school are black. The only people working at McDonald's, they're white. That's it.
No, over here in Philly, the majority of the people
they're trying to make sure their place stays safe, and the kids are not making it safe because they all think it's some kind of turf war.
OMG. Listen, that's something that I'm glad you brought that up. I've been trying to talk about this for the longest, and I thought it was only happening in Philly. I don't think it's a race thing, and I don't feel as though it has to do with the kids' age either. There's a lot of kids out here that are willing to go to work because they want to get out. They want to help their parents.
Right.
You see on social media, it's not what we really are going through out here. And I want people to understand that. Right. And what I'm trying to show what Philly, I talk about what I see here in Philly. You see where I'm coming from? I can't speak for Detroit. I can't speak for Atlanta. I can't speak for Colorado. Where I'm coming from, I'm speaking from what I perceive here within my city. Right. And I'm trying to see, is it only in my city that this is happening? What solutions can we bring? Can we come together And I feel as though we can, but you know, and I've shown it, right? People are like, that's not true. Look how I've come together with the word, how I've come together with Nick the Great podcast. You see, I've even, you know, sat here, had conversations with Pastor, you see where I'm coming from, Double Speaks, and other YouTubers, right? And had no beef. I've had 2, you know, fucked up situations, 3 fucked up situations. No, wait, is it 2? 3 here and you on YouTube. But look how long I've been here on YouTube, and only 3.
I only know about one of your situations, and it was that thing where you were on Johnny Blaze's panel, but Sister
Oh
T
shit, I forgot about him. Oh, see, that's because it was mixed up with Sister T. That's why. But it's still,
Right.
I included as one situation.
And I didn't think you were in the wrong for anything other than
I didn't do shit. All I did was give my opinion.
Right. The only
And I
thing
took up for the man.
The only thing I thought you did wrong was taking a phone call and talking while you were still on a panel.
Yeah. But see, I was new to all this shit.
Because
so it's
of
kind
course
of like,
Johnny Blaze is gonna say, no, get her on. Tell us what she's saying. Tell her. And he is gonna get mad at you for not telling stuff.
well, that's
and
on her.
Sister T is gonna get mad at you if you do.
That's on her. But I'm not gonna. You see,
that was it. That was the only thing I felt you did wrong. Once she called, if you were gonna take that call, just
But I
completely
learned.
drop off his panel. That's it.
I didn't know that at that moment.
But you didn't, and what happened? You were caught in the middle of something you weren't supposed
Yeah.
to be in the middle of.
But see, I was new to all this, and I didn't know what was going on, so I fucked up. I listen. I manned up. All right, I'm a woman, but I manned up to my situation. All right.
Right.
I did. I took accountability on my behalf. I fucked up. I shouldn't
And
have did
that's
things the way that I
what's
did.
missing. That's what's missing with a lot of people. They don't take accountability for what they say and do. I know a lot of the stuff I say is triggering. That's why I specifically say it.
Oh shit! I don't
Like
be thinking
I
certain
say,
shit I say is triggering though.
Like I say, your flappy dappies, your nails, your hair that ain't yours. I say that
dead.
specifically to mess with them because they messed with me for so many years.
You talking about
And
the
they
people
mess-
that fuck with you?
Yeah, and they mess
Okay.
with me on major things. Hair, nails, eyelashes, that's all bullshit. If the apocalypse happens, who's going to care about what you look like? You're going to be caring about survival worse than
That's
we
just-
already are.
People worried about the wrong shit. Beauty on the inside, not on the outside, man. People be ugly outside and be beautiful inside. On some real shit. People don't see
I
that.
really don't ever want to cam up because I don't like the way I look. But you have all these people saying if I was really this, that, or the other thing, I would cam up. Why does camming up? Why is that so important? Because
I
they
never
want
even
to
thought
use,
about it with you.
they want to use what you look like as a weapon against you. Why? I've been honest on this app. I've put out every single picture I have of myself, but they still do it.
Man, we ain't got. How can I say it? That's why.
And whatever they find out you don't want to do, they say there's something wrong with you if you don't do it and prove it to them. Who are they that anyone has to prove anything to them?
A lot of people just not happy with themselves.
It's like if you said, well, I haven't really felt like going on because I've had my period and it's really bad.
I'm dead.
It's like they would want you to show your bloody twat to prove you've got your period. Why?
Oh, snap.
Why? If you're talking, you're talking. Your looks shouldn't come into it. But they
Facts.
use your looks as a weapon. Whether you're black, whether you're white, whether you're whatever, they use your looks as a weapon, which has
Yes.
nothing to do with the topic at hand. So if they're going to do that, I'm going to do it. You don't like it? Oh, well.
A lot of people is just messy on this joint. I don't know why. Some people,
And they
I don't know.
like being called messy. I think everybody has mess in them.
Oh yeah.
You know, even the people who claim they are the most educated, they're trying to do only educated stuff. Eventually, a little bit of something is going to slip out. But
See,
it depends. Are you?
I don't mind messy.
go
I don't
all
mind
in
messy.
that, or are you going to
Facts.
go back to who you are?
I don't mind messy, right? Because everybody, like you just said, everybody has a little messy in them somehow,
right?
Some way, whether they know it or not. But what I do mind is the instigation. There's a lot of people that instigate. That's not being messy.
And they will instigate. Like, I love Damn D.
Oh,
I
shit.
love him. I think
There's the
he's
third
great.
person that's talked to me about the MD already.
But
this
I've
week.
seen him try to instigate stuff. Even though he's trying to warn people,
Free the MD.
there is a little bit of needling behind it.
Oh, shit.
There is. And I think that's in all of us on here. Sometimes we really do want the fuck shit over the real shit. But if you can't get back to the real shit, there's a problem.
That's okay. But see, with Dandy, we can't see that. I'm like, he'll be doing the celebrity stuff and all that. Like,
Well,
he's got a
that's
whole
that's really only on his POV channel.
Yeah.
All his beef channels are about the fuck shit in this sector.
That's why I'm like, it's up to us too. On like, if we go over there, we don't go over there. You see where I'm coming from?
Right.
Like, because like I tell people, like, if he separates it, that means that he's in the mood for the fuck shit. And if you're not in the mood for the fuck shit, just don't go see it. If you're into the positive shit, just go visit the positive shit.
Exactly. Like, I'm not going to say the person's name because I don't want to bring that person over here to cause you trouble. But there is a person that claims I'm a stalker.
Oh,
I'm not going to where this person is. This person is coming and to my place, to my channel, seeing what I'm saying, not liking it, bitching about it. Then I'm sent a video about it. I respond to it. I'm the stalker.
Yeah, people be out of pocket on this, John.
People need to realize what certain things mean.
Yeah. So people don't understand the meaning of certain words
Moonlight
sometimes.
and Garrick, right?
I don't listen. It's not that I don't like the shorty. It's not that I don't have beef with her. You see where I'm coming from? For some reason, she don't like me. For some reason, she ended up
I don't know
stalking me,
anything
like,
about that. I don't know if she likes you or not. My point
No.
is,
I'm telling you,
her
yeah,
and
because she's
Garrick-
listen.
her and Garrick had a relationship of some
No,
sort.
I'm saying it because you just said her name on my
Right.
panel, and I don't talk to the
Oh,
chick.
okay,
Like
I'm
that chick
sorry.
was stalking me for a minute.
This is
Like,
what they do.
because of
And they
Gary.
start
So
trouble. And the thing with her and Garrick, as soon as he rejected her, she called him a pedophile. What are you throwing around that word for?
I can't listen. I can't be around that
Because he
lady.
rejected you. And then you look at another person, I'm not going to say her name. She went off on a guy she considered a friend and started calling him a pedophile.
Oh, shit.
Stop throwing around these words that are dangerous.
Yeah,
Like,
listen.
really calling someone a racist, somebody could hunt them down and kill them just for that. They don't care. They just want to say what they want to say. But when you do it, you're wrong.
It's not just that. I mean, let's take away the racist thing, right?
Right.
Let's put in the pedophile back in.
Okay.
Giving somebody that, right there, define somebody as a pedophile and they're not a pedophile, there's serious consequences for that. Like, if people don't sit here and charge you with defamation of character, right, and harassment behind that shit, you're lucky. Because in the real life, right, you start calling people, pedophiles and this and that, and they're not that, you have no proof behind that, you're going behind bars. And if it's not you going behind bars, you better hope you have some money behind you.
It depends. It's like Damn D, and I'll say this because it's been on video. He keeps telling certain people, take Regina to court, this to court, that to court.
A lot of people don't want to deal with the court.
But
Yeah,
a lot of lawyers, if the lawyers feel like there's no money in it, they're not going to take it.
Yeah, because you know why the problem, you can't do it through social media a lot?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're going to do this through social media, you have to make sure that there's no back and forth.
Exactly.
They can't do this through social media because there's too much back and forth. Now, if you're going to charge somebody,
people say that's not hard. Yeah, it is hard.
Yeah, there's too much back and forth.
Because if I got mad at you, and you know the floor cleaner, Spick and Span?
No, I don't know who that is.
It's a floor cleaner, a detergent.
Oh, okay. I know.
What if I was to call you the first part of that title?
Oh shit.
That's gonna start a fight between me and you because you're gonna call me a white bitch, this and that.
Mm-hmm.
But we're going back and forth. We're both engaging in it. At that point, who's at fault? We both are.
Exactly, and the courts ain't gonna deal with that shit. Now, if you have a party where, or if you have a situation where you tell this other person to leave you alone and you do not engage, then yes, you could take this to court. But people don't realize that they be too caught up and they don't realize.
Something gets triggered, and you got to go off. It's like the person who calls me a stalker. She heard some other woman say how my husband died. It was of a meth overdose. Our son walked in as a young kid and saw his father like that. That's not how my husband died. That was made up in that woman's head. My husband died in hospice because he had 3 different aggressive cancers, all in the same area, and there was no way to treat him anymore. So, of course, that's going to trigger me, and I'm going to go off, and at that point, you know, and I also think it's like with Cardi B and Tasha K. The celebrity, the fame, the money, that's why that went to court. A lot of this stuff will not go to court because they think it's frivolous.
Yeah, it's not. It's too much back and forth. Like it's both parties going at it. So the people that think that they could take something to court from social media, you have to realize, right? It's like I told somebody when I went
back and forth, it could backfire on you.
I went through a little situation not so long ago, right? And I bring it up here and there sometimes, just like to bring awareness and let people know. If you really want to do some shit like that, just give the person a warning, like I did. When I got threatened here, I gave that person a warning, and I told my subscribers I don't want them over here. I blocked that person. I did everything. Like I see that person in other chats, I don't engage. Right? I do engage with the content creator, but I ignore that person because at the end of the day, this went from me saying that I didn't like the fact that you did something, right, and it was very disrespectful. Like I didn't just see it, but a lot of people saw it, right? So you went on a whole rant, threatened me, right? Then I sat here and I gave a warning. The person did it maybe once or twice after that, and then they stopped after that, so I left it alone. Am I doing better now?
Yeah. Like I said, Wi-Fi is traveling, and it gets iffy sometimes.
Yeah. But like I was saying, like, right, I gave the warning, and ever since I left it at that, like, and I will not engage with this person, and that's how it should be done. Because, I'm not going to sit here and go with the bullshit. I'm not going to sit here and bring social media into my life or let it spill into my life. I'm on here, right, to bring awareness to what I'm going to bring awareness to, right? Be motivational and positive. And at the end of the day, if I want to get entertained with whatever content creator that I like here on social media, I'm going to get entertained by whatever entertainment content creator entertains me. I'm not going to sit here and ask anybody for permission.
There are times I feel like I just have to go off. And I understand that makes the situation worse, but that's because I'm triggered. And I commend you for not being triggered.
You got to say what you got to say at first. Like, listen, everybody is human. Yes. You're going to say what you got to say. But my thing is, once you say what you say, leave it at that and don't entertain this person. You see where I'm coming from? Because they're going to keep doing it.
It depends on everyone else who gets involved.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't
not
know
everybody
what a lot of people say if the clips weren't sent to me.
No, not you. I was talking to my daughter. My bad.
No, I know, but a lot of the things I find out what's being said about me, clips or videos are being sent to me. Now, a lot of them I leave alone. A lot of them I don't, and I go and talk about it. And then I'm told I'm harassing them. Well, if I'm not bringing you up, what the fuck are you bringing me up for? There's even one woman in a chat who will keep egging on this one woman. Oh, let's talk about Jabba the Hutt, meaning me. Why are you egging this shit on? Because you're having fun and you want to be entertained, and you don't care about the two people who are mainly involved getting aggravated, sick to their stomachs, whatever's going on.
Yeah, that's why I listen, man. I be hating it when there's two content creators that I like and they be going at it. I'm like, this shit gonna go left. Like, I'm gonna stop right here and I'll just go do my thing over there. Hopefully they work it out. You know, I can watch them individually when they're not talking about each other. You see where I don't know if I make sense.
Yeah, I'm
hoping I make, because it's like I don't gotta watch you when y'all talking about each other. But now when y'all talking about something else, I can watch you.
Right.
Like, it's crazy, but I don't want to get involved in certain shits because it's like, what's the point sometimes? Like, some of this should be petty as hell. Like, look at what happened to the couple here in Las Vegas. You see where I'm coming from? If that's not an eye-opener.
And that subway gunman, that keeps getting thrown in my face a lot by this one woman as a threat that this might happen to me from her.
Oh, wow.
And
see, they need to stop playing.
Because
to be in jail like the bull.
I didn't like your treatment of me, and I didn't take your side in an argument with someone else. That's what it all boiled down to.
That's... See, respect is not fucking given. That shit is earned. So if you listen, like I tell people, I treat people accordingly, right? If you hear this person tell you I'm a bitch, believe that person. If you hear this person tell you I'm a sweetheart, believe that person. Because I give you back that same energy you're giving me back. I tell people I top this respect. I hold on. I'm somebody that holds on and holds on. But if you keep poking the bear, what do you think is going to happen? If you overflow the water in a cup, what do you think is going to happen?
But they will turn around on you and make it something it's not.
That's what I know, because I said what I said. You see where I'm coming from?
I say, they say it's because I'm racist.
Oh,
yo, you're more racist than I am.
A lot of people.
This person's acting light-skinned. So? And what does acting light-skinned mean? But then when a white person says you're acting black, there's a problem. Black people say you're acting white, there's a problem. What's the problem? You're acting like whoever you are. But you gotta put people down for that? Oh, you're talking with a white man's education. No, you're talking with someone who has some sort of an education. I've had plenty of black teachers, so how can it be that I just got a white man's education, a white education? What, were all those black teachers DEI hires? Or affirmative action hires? They were really good teachers. It doesn't matter they're black or white or whatever. But people will boil it down that much, and then that's all people care about. It's crazy.
I'm right here. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Uh-huh. There was even a content creator when I was saying something about, no, these women have to act classy, and they don't. This content creator said acting classy meant acting white. Well, what? Black women can't be classy? It's all about how you carry yourself, how you talk, how you treat other people. And that's considered acting white? Well, then what does that mean? Acting black means you just attack everyone and hurt them? That makes no sense whatsoever.
See, some people don't realize how they make our communities, our own look like when they come on here. Like,
and they want to talk about race? Fuck the black race, fuck the white race, fuck the Hispanic race.
He went into Tom McDonald mode.
We are the human race, and it's all this diversity that's causing all the problems. People are contributing, but there are so many other people doing the brainwashing.
See, we gotta find a way to shift the conversations from judgment to understanding and respect.
There
And that's
will
something that we
always
lack.
be some kind of judgment, always. Even in the animal kingdom, there's judgment. So there will always be something. If it's not about the color of your skin, it might be the color of your hair. It might be the color of your eyes. It might be when you write a letter, you write right-handed or left-handed. There will always be something because that's in everyone and everything. But you don't have to like fan the flames. You can just let them be burning embers and let them be.
Acts to follow people, they trend followers. So whatever is trending, that's what they're gonna be doing. So if that's what's trending, that's what they're gonna be following.
And people follow trends even if it's fashion. How many kids when I was growing up were dressing like Madonna and the parents were in the street beating their butts in? You don't walk around with a bra and a lace shirt. But that's what we do. We emulate what we like. But now it's being called cultural appropriation, which is stupid. The only thing I don't like is wearing somebody else's hair on your head. That seems so gross to me. It's not your hair. It's like wearing somebody's dirty underwear to me. But hey, if that's what you want to do, you do it. But I'm still going to have my opinion about it.
You're entitled. See, that's what we're able to do here on social media. But people take that opinion overboard because now, is it an opinion or is it a statement? And once you make a statement, it's not an opinion. See,
And
that's what
then
people need to learn.
Is that opinion or statement, is it actually fact? Like
That's
it
what I'm
is a
saying.
fact.
Because look,
A
if
lot
you're
of
saying in
women
a
today want to look like cartoon characters. They're even putting on makeup, and it's not just black women, it's not just white women.
All
They
of them.
put it on and they get surgery on their faces to no longer look like themselves, but look like a cartoon character. Look at
It ain't a
me.
lot. It's the majority, which means that you can leave it up to people's, perspective to see what scale it lies on.
Right. Nene Leakes, I thought was gorgeous when I first saw her. Now she doesn't look like who she was. She looks like some anime character. Why?
A lot of them. You seen Lil Kim? Let's not forget her.
Oh my God, what happened to her face?
I was mad. I was like, no way. She looked like a Bratz doll, but an ugly version of the Bratz doll.
You look at Vivica A. Fox. She's how old? She got this
Her
BBL.
too.
This BBL, and now
She
she's
decided to
having
her
problems
face.
with it. Nicki Minaj was complaining once she couldn't sit down because of all the butt shit she got done. Why? Why are you doing this to your body?
Brooklyn Lady Ellie, you didn't see what Vivica A. Fox did to her face?
No, the last thing I saw about her was her butt.
She did surgery in her face too. She don't look the same.
Why would you do that? It's a true fact. God makes you look like what you're supposed to look like.
They all starting to look like Michael Jackson.
Exactly. Now, I understand if you have an accident, you've got to try to correct that. But this isn't accidents. This is preferences. How many people are out there trying to look like Barbie and Ken dolls?
A lot, for some reason. And I don't know why.
That is body dysmorphia. And you're cutting yourself up for what?
Listen, you're talking about the celebrities. Let's bring it.
You got normal people doing it. They didn't just become celebrities. They went viral after people saw what they were doing.
Yeah. But listen, we're going to take it to our communities. We got chicks out here doing it now too, ending up in ERs. But that don't get talked about because they're not famous.
And it's wrong. Why do, there was a thing where a woman went to Mexico to get plastic surgery because what she was getting wasn't legal here, and she died from it.
Let me ask you a
Why
question.
did she have to die?
Facts, and I'm glad you said that. So,
Okay,
right?
and your question? I'm sorry.
No, I'm glad you said that because that was going to lead to my question. All right. A lot of females here in the urban community, whether they Hispanic, Black, white, right? Because we mixed up in here. We even got Asian, Chinese, Japanese. All right. No matter what ethnicity the woman is, right? How in the world are the women that are living off supplemental income able to go to like Mexico and Dominican Republic to get these surgeries done and change their body? I'm sitting here like,
Exactly.
I'm confused. You broke, but you just got a surgery done?
Exactly.
I need some help trying to figure this out. But now I understand why like a few of them end up in a casket.
You have women who will put vanity ahead of their kids' needs. My homemaid said to me once, we were watching Paternity Court, and a woman who had 5 kids, all on public assistance, said she could not afford the 5th one without the guy she was claiming was the father. I stopped the video and said to my homemaid, how much did that hair on her head cost her, you think? Because my aide does that, weeds, wigs, everything. She said it's about $200. Well, why the hell did she spend $200 on hair when that could have gone for diapers, baby food, formula, clothes for the kid? And she said to me, but women want to look nice. I understand that, I'm a woman, but you don't look nice at the expense of your kid.
Facts.
Your kid did not have any choice in whether it was brought into this world or not. That was your choice. So you have to sacrifice. A lot of women today feel like they're not sacrificing for no one. Then what do you have a kid for? Money?
Yeah. Listen, I saw this lady, right? That this guy had put this compilation together of TikTok women that were complaining on TikTok, right? Well, of women that got on TikTok and complained about the SNAP benefits being cut down, which they are doing, by the way, which is crazy. But there's this one chick that drew my attention. I was like, okay, I've seen this in the hood maybe once or twice, but not a lot. I don't know if you understand where I'm coming from. But she got online and had the audacity to say, well, generational welfare is going to be what I'm going to pass down as generational wealth for my kids, right? But fuck me up. That's what I took from what she said. She came on here talking about
want us like that. The elites want us relying on them for money so they can control us.
That shit was wild because she came on, she's like, well, they make fun of me and they talk about me because, they say I'm a bum and I'm broke and I depend on welfare and I'm proud. I'm like, no wonder they call you a bum, broke, and you depend on welfare and this and that. You're talking about you proud. My mom, she's like, it started like this. My grandma taught my mom how to live off of welfare. Then my mom taught me, and I'm going to teach my kids, and my kids are going to teach my grandkids. And I'm sitting here like, are you fucking kidding me?
That's not.
Once is she going to say, hey, you need to go get a job to depend, so you could be able to pay bills and get the clothes you need and maintain a family.
There is one woman out there who went viral. She's a white woman. She was complaining because she was reported she bought some kind of expensive brand new car because of the money she was making off of TikTok. And she was reported to welfare. And she's like, now I have no SSI for me and my kids. I have no welfare. I have no stamps. I have no daycare to take care of my kids so I can at least clean my house. And they report me because of what I made off of TikTok. You're making that much money off of TikTok, you don't need public assistance.
That's a fact.
You are actually stealing it from someone who does need it because they're not able to get on because of you.
More likely from a veteran or somebody with disability. That's where they're taking it from.
And it was such an expensive car. It's not like she went and just bought a brand new car. No, it was like a status statement. You're on public assistance. Who are you to have any kind of a status statement?
That shit was crazy. But then you got some people that are
reporting that money to the IRS. Nothing. You're going to come up with all these problems and you're going to blame everybody else? You were making so much money. She bought that car in cash.
Yo, she tripping. She snitched on herself.
And, you know, it's like, what? What? You can't even understand how these people think.
We're not going to understand how people think.
And it's taxpayers' money funding everything, including these riots and everything else. That's what the elites don't want to get rid of. They want people to work, give them money, and they do what they want. Why did Governor Cuomo here in New York put all those old people back into the homes where they could catch COVID instead of putting them on the ships that Trump gave him so they wouldn't get sick? Because with all those people dying, there was more money in Social Security for the elites to play around with. That's why I wanted to say when Living Antique was up here, the government doesn't care about trans. They don't care about black people. They don't care about white people. They don't care about Hispanics. They don't care about anything but feathering their own pockets and keeping their power. And the Joe Schmoes of the world are the ones who are going to suffer the most. And that's not white Joe Schmoes. That's not black Joe Schmoes. That's just people in general. It's like how slavery started. The elites found a way to make more money and have more power by selling their poor people. That's what slavery was, because there were white people who were slaves too.
Yep, but nobody want to talk about that.
And then they'll allow to be said, oh no, black people have suffered the most during slavery. Wrong. There have been more white people enslaved than black people. And this is what the government does. It plays with us.
That's why I listen by people's experience. Like, wait, I hear this, and this, but your life has been like this. Your mom's life is different. I'm like, what? What have we been missing? It's like, right? I be questioning a lot of the stuff that we see on social media, because it's like I hear a lot of people, right, tell me, look, this is happening. They're saying this is happening, but I live around this area, right? But look, ain't nothing happening. Like just the other day, I was I went on live with Word, and I think I was talking to Miss Earth Day, right? And she's from Inglewood.
She's fucking amazing.
Yeah, and she was like, Rachel, it's not happening out here. She's like, I'm gonna have to go back out and see, like. And I'm like, yo, they're reporting cars on fire, the Mexicans on top of the cars, throwing shit down the bridges and shit. I was like, but she's not the only one that has said this is not happening out here. This is not happening. So what the fuck are we seeing?
It's happening in only certain areas. It's like one summer, my aunt took me upstate New York, right around where Woodstock was.
Yeah.
It was a bright, beautiful, sunny day, but I called my mom down here in Brooklyn to talk with her, and she said it was storming all day long. Downpours, lightning, thunder. So even though something could be happening in what they consider to be the same area, the area of New York, there are different spots, and they are picking and choosing the spots that they can do the most damage. I haven't seen any riots on my block, but there have been in Brooklyn.
I heard about that.
There have been in Manhattan. There has been in Atlanta, Georgia, but there might not be in Brunswick, Georgia.
See, they're saying there's riots
in certain areas. It's like my area of Brooklyn, Greenpoint, it's a lot bigger than even I knew it was. So something could be going on really bad 10 blocks away, and it's not here.
That's crazy.
Everything is carefully planned out, specific areas. They're being handed out gas masks so they can still cause damage. Look at the LA fires. Who canceled all those insurance policies before that fire started? So many homes were burned. Homes that have connections to the elites, the underground tunnels,
I
where
didn't
they
even
were
peep that.
sex trafficking people and kids.
I didn't even
These
peep
are
that.
all carefully planned things, and it's planned by the elites, the Democrats, the rhinos, and we're the ones suffering.
The
We're the
average
ones
Joes.
being made right. We're the ones being made to go against each other. And as long as we're fighting each other, we're not concentrating on what they're doing. And we're falling for it every single time.
Then they'll throw distractions at us, like the issues that the celebrities are having.
Exactly.
Having us on go mode, ready to rant, picking sides and shit. That's why I don't pick sides. I'm like, I know this is a distract. Even though they're going through it in real life, what they're doing is they're using their story and throwing it in our faces to try to get us distracted from what they're like. During the pandemic, how many bills and laws didn't get passed underneath our noses while we were distracted with that, right? When the Titanic sunk, did y'all forget the law? My bad. The laws and bills that got passed when the Titanic sunk.
I'm
not talking about the boat.
I don't know about that, but with the Titanic, there was supposed to be, I think, 3 major banking corporation heads on the Titanic. One of them did not show up. The other 2 did and went down with the ship, and we don't hear about those banks anymore. The one person who was not on that ship, we still hear about their bank today, and that's Chase. There was also things being said that it wasn't an iceberg that hit the Titanic. It was some sort of missile or torpedo.
Wait, no. I'm not talking about the boat. I'm talking about the submarine.
Oh no, I'm talking about. I thought you were talking about the boat, but that.
Oh, guess what? The submarines.
The corruption and the planning that's going on.
But guess what?
In that submersible you're talking about?
Guess what?
Ahead of
Both.
what?
Exactly. But guess
they
what?
wanted to get rid of him. How come nobody else imploded?
You heard Miss Lady Ellie? Guess what people don't even realize? I did a whole live on it. Both the submarine sinking and the Titanic are related. And what people don't even realize is similar stories repeated. See, this story is a little similar to the boat. It's just is in this era. It just so happened to happen in 2024.
Yep.
That's what people don't like. When the news report talked about in 2022, we're gonna start testing out. My bad. We're gonna start testing out something like the purge.
Water. It's okay. We're talking a lot. Get a drink of water.
No, I was smoking.
Oh, sorry.
They was talking about they was gonna do something like the purge, right? And people don't even realize they did exactly. They didn't. But the funny part about it is, right? They said this on every news channel in 2022, right? They said in January, and then they said it again in 2023, right? In January 1st, 2024, they will start releasing prisoners, right? From the highest tier on down, right? To start testing the purge, whatever, the project purge, some shit like that, to see how it was going to go. And I'm saying, how the fuck is that going to work? I remember when I did that, but somehow, some way that faded from people's minds.
Because since 2020, Joe Schmo, who is a law-abiding citizen, will cower down when that stuff happens. And we will look to the elites to help us and to save us because they're the ones in control.
Sounds like Batman, don't it? Oh, I'm sorry.
It sounds like a lot of movie plots. Look what they're doing. They're actually doing Jurassic Park shit.
I'm dead.
Why did you bring back dire wolves? Now they're puppies. They brought back 2 dire wolves. They're puppies. What are they going to turn into? They're trying to bring back the woolly mammoth. They're going into Antarctica, finding all these animals completely preserved. You've seen the movies. You don't think that can happen? And screw the movies. You see it happening with lions, with tigers, with gorillas.
The hybrids and shit.
Hybrids. How come hybrids are happening more and more and more when that was a rarity? You know, we had hybrids, like a mule is a donkey and a horse who mated. But the mule cannot have kids. It's born sterile. But after I heard about that, I'm hearing about ligers. How the hell does a lion and I get they're both cats? But
what they do is they go into the
different species.
My bad. What they do is they go into a lab and it's called splice, right? They alter the DNAs.
This is happening in nature, not in a lab, which I don't believe. How?
No, that's not true.
The Old West days, we never had AIDS.
No, man. If you go down into the history, you learn about this.
AIDS became big, and it was targeted against the gay community. But what no one was figuring out at first, heterosexuals were getting it too. So how can that be just a gay disease and it wasn't around for hundreds of years? Look at COVID.
I went down.
We funded that. We funded the COVID research and let it be unleashed on our own people. The elites did that in order to put in all this that they wanted. They don't want paper money. They want you to be relying on electronic money. So if you do something they don't like, they can stop your money.
But people, they're
getting all these robots to do humans' work. Why? The humans still have to live. How are they going to live? They have to rely on the government, and you do something the government doesn't like, they'll take your life away.
Facts. People is waking up too late because what they don't realize, they like, we're already in the Jetsons era. What they don't realize is they're the Jetsons, we're the Flintstones.
Exactly.
We've been in the Jetsons era.
And while we're all like, ooh, wow, we're suffering, they're not.
So for a lot of people, I'm always asked this one question, right? So do the conspiracy theories from back in the days, the old people that sounded crazy, are they still, do these conspiracies still sound crazy? Are those people that try to talk to us? And I'm not talking about celebrities. I'm not talking about shit we heard on YouTube. I'm talking about real people in your lives. Those that remember growing up, they used to sit here and tell you these stories. Oh, this is going to happen. I mean, could we say they predicted the future? Because they're not talked about.
I don't think it was predicted.
No,
I think they saw the. I think they
figured it out.
The planning that was going on to make it.
Yeah, they were observing.
My dad told me back in the 90s. My dad said there's going to be a race war, and you two are going to have to pick a side you're on, because my husband looked black. He was Hispanic. He was just very dark skinned. We thought he was full of shit. There ain't going to be no race war. I had a doctor it was the late 20s, the 20,000s, but it was like 2017, 2016. He said there was gonna be a race war, and he was moving back to Israel. And I thought he was full of shit. What happened during the COVID lockdowns with the Black Lives Matter's so-called protests?
Mm-hmm.
Black Lives Matter so much, but a 6-year-old little black boy, the ambulance couldn't get through their barricade, so the boy died in the ambulance. How come his life didn't matter? Because he doesn't make money.
That's a fact. That's so true. That's why I wrote this.
Patrice Cullors and all those Black Lives Matters officials, they moved out of their black neighborhoods to white neighborhoods. Now, white people do that. It's called white flight. They made money off of black people and black people's feelings and the way black people wanted change. They took that money and did what they wanted to with it. And they moved away from black people and moved into white neighborhoods. That's okay because they're moving up, but a white person does it. It's white flight.
Didn't they get charged for fraud and stuff like that?
Yeah, but what's really going to happen to them? They were working for Congress. They were working for the elites. Either they're going to die like Epstein did, or it's just going to be swept under the rug and no one's going to care.
And there's rumors about that
going on now.
There's rumors about him, being here or not here.
He could be. How do we know that was really him that died? People were starting to say that Joe Biden was an android.
I remember. He does look like it. It's hard to tell.
At some point, his eyes changed. And his eyes look like these androids they're starting to put out for Amazon delivery.
I haven't seen Joe Biden since the last time he was being talked about.
They say he's been here, there, but it's more sporadic than ever before. Now he's suffering from cancer. How is he still able to get up and go around? What was going on with him, if he is a human being at this point, that was elder abuse.
That's true.
Jill Biden is allowing a picture to be taken of him on a ladder. He can't go up a flight of stairs. You're letting him on a ladder?
That was. I mean, a lot of us said it, but everybody goes by who they like. Like, they wasn't even paying attention to the policies, was being put in their faces and shit like that. That's why I'm looking like.
No, they were more concerned with orange man bad, white man bad, blah, blah, blah. And they were able to put all this in place. When we had the bird flu during the Obama administration, the country wasn't shut down. When Trump was in office, he didn't know his ass from his elbow about politics and the things he could and could not do. So when the people around him who he trusted told him, you got to shut it down, he's like, shut what down? The economy. The economy was his greatest achievement at that point. But because of COVID, it had to be shut down. Most people had to be locked in their homes for their own safety, so the riots and everything could happen, and we'd be more concentrated on race issues than what the elites were doing. Look up George Soros. George Soros has a lot to do with what's going on behind the scenes in America today. And remember how they kept saying, and they're still trying to say, Trump is acting like Hitler?
Yeah, they still saying that shit.
George Soros worked for Hitler. He was an accountant or something.
Oh, shit.
So how did that accountant get all the money and power he has today? How is he allowed to have anything to do with any governments?
That's a good question.
They're claiming tomorrow here in New York, there's going to be something going on. There are going to be stockpiles of brick, wood, anything that's going to cause damage, and there's going to be problems here. I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but there are things going on. Who's providing that stuff?
That's a good question.
Who was providing it during the COVID lockdowns when those riots were going on? There was no construction going on. Most businesses were closed. Why were there videos and pictures of, at the corners, things piled up to be used as weapons?
I remember all that, but now it's like everything faded.
This is all carefully orchestrated. And while we're worried about white man bad, black man bad, they're hurting us. They're hurting our businesses we rely on, businesses we own. And it's not we meaning white people. It's everyone. And they're still sitting pretty in fucking paradise. Like, how come that stupid stupid bitch Nancy Pelosi. While everybody was having a hard time with the COVID lockdowns, money, feeding their family, she's talking about her chocolate Caliente gelato, which was $7 a pint at the time. Why was that going on, and yet people were suffering? And where's the heroes' pay? Everyone who worked during those lockdowns was supposed to get special heroes' pay, more than the stimulus money we were getting. No one got anything.
Yo, let's go deeper than this, right? They talk about so many things, but they don't talk about the fraud that they commit within their own, how can I say, businesses, right? I'm gonna put this as an example. I was watching a few videos, right? And I think I watched one of the Congress meetings, right? Where they were talking about how many, how can I say, welfare caseworkers were arrested due to fraud. And I'm saying here, I was like, so basically you're telling me that all these families that thought that they were getting their money stolen from other places, and they said they was going to get their money back and returned, right? And it happened during the pandemic. This is where I'm coming from. All this stuff was happening during the pandemic. And we're just finding out. And unless you watch these videos and you watch these meetings, you're not going to know about it. That's the funny part. A lot of people are more on the TikTok spam. What I mean by that is that a lot of people cannot sit through long videos long enough to focus and understand what's being said, unless it's a video that's 2 minutes long or shorter.
Right.
Sorry to say it. So a lot of people's not going to sit here and watch these meetings and all this is being said. So they're going to miss the fact that this is being passed. This is being said. This is happening right now. Right. So we're sitting here thinking, believing the media that, well, they're committing fraud in other places. They took your money from over here. The welfare should be returning your money back. Welfare workers are saying the same thing. But now we're finding out that it was the same workers working in the government stealing from the damn fucking citizens. I'm saying here, like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yes.
Like that one case that went viral, but nobody talked about it, about the mom and daughter getting arrested for committing welfare fraud. I was like, oh shit, that goes into it. We just thought it was about this, but that shit was deeper. So, like, we gotta pay attention. Like, a lot of shit needs to be talked about.
And we're letting it all go because of bullshit. I'm racist because I'm calling shit out. If someone's calling shit out, investigate it yourself. Don't just go by your feelings. Like, I was posting on my Facebook about the stuff with what Elon Musk said and how I didn't like what he pulled. My friend from Jersey said she was going to call me and talk to me about Trump's big, beautiful plan. I don't know why people think they can just call me up and tell me I need to shut up. I wasn't talking about his big, beautiful plan. At that point, I didn't know what it was. I had heard a couple of things about it, like no taxes on tips. Senior citizens don't have to pay taxes on their Social Security. When you buy land, you shouldn't have to pay taxes that will add up to be more than the price of the land just to the government. I didn't know everything it entailed. And the only thing I found was a 13-file PDF. A 13-page PDF. And most of the stuff, I couldn't even understand the wording. But she wanted to call me up to talk to me about that. Again, Orange Man bad, when I was talking about something completely different. This is the problem that's going on. We're being diverted from what's actually happening. I remember white people saying there was no racism. There will always be racism. On both sides of the fence, there will always be something. But the reason people felt like there was none was because we were getting along. Now, People are afraid to walk in the street with the other person, and they're calling out everything. There are these 3 black guys who were on a video talking about how a white woman saw them coming down the street and she crossed the street. What if she did? What if she did? She's not trying to cause trouble. She's trying to avoid trouble.
Yeah, I mean, that,
and how is she supposed to get past 3 guys, period, if they don't even move? So you cross the street to avoid any kind of problems and just go on your way. No, that's racism. That's a problem. Well, what should she do? Walk up to them, spit in their faces so they'll move out of her way? Would that make things better?
That goes to the point where we were talking earlier, where I said that there's a reason why, you know, we don't want men in women's spaces, like in bathrooms. You heard how I told you, it feels uncomfortable to have a man standing there. Once you see that as a man, it's like, why you here? I get it.
Remember Caitlyn Jenner. Fuck that shit. It's still Bruce Jenner. He still has a dick and he's not willing to cut it off. He went into Trump's bathroom, a woman's bathroom, and came out with cameras saying, see, Trump, I went in a woman's bathroom and nothing happened. That's because you're not looking for something to happen. But there are guys who pretend to be transgender in order to get into those bathrooms to do stuff. Even if it happens once, that's a problem. And it's happened more than once. It even happened in school. In a junior high school, a girl was cornered by guys in a bathroom and they touched her. And it was a bathroom meant for both sexes. The girl's bathroom was at the other end of the school. She didn't think she could make it there. They cornered her and did something to her.
Yeah. And it's crazy because
I
had a conversation.
Why is she at fault? Okay.
Oh my bad. She not at wait, the girl that got, raped? No, she not at fault. It was the guy's fault. But I was having a conversation, right, with it's trans woman. Right, there you go. Right. And she was saying that she felt safer in a woman's, but she's already went through the surgery. She could dress like you couldn't even tell she was a man. So at the time when we was talking, I was like, I didn't even know you was a man. Because she sounded just like
with this transitioning a while ago. You had to live an entire year as the sex you wanted to be, and during that time get a year's worth of counseling to make sure this is truly what you wanted.
Oh, this was a grown person, and this is why I was getting. This was a grown person. That's why I was getting into it, right? But listen, listen. Like in this conversation, she was explaining to me why she transitioned fully so she could be able to go into the woman's bathroom with no problem, right? Because she was sexually assaulted in a man's bathroom while she was a man dressed as a woman. So even if they, how can I say? Even if they, how can I say? They can't go in a man's bathroom dressed as women, because even when they dress as women, right, trying to be going into the man's bathroom because they know that they're a man. You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah,
things happen to them, and I think it's sick.
For the most part, back then, no one knew. They were living their lives as a woman or as a man, just minding their own business. That's not what's happening now.
Exactly.
Now it's getting very, very dangerous. There's a guy who claimed he was transgender and they put him in a female prison. He knocked a bunch of inmates up.
I remember because it's still a man at the end of the day.
Exactly. But they're not blaming the guy.
And that's where I'm confused at. Like, all right, he didn't get the full surgery. Like, all right, I get it. Like, listen, we may like the fact, like, okay, why did you change? You didn't go through nothing. Some people we may not understand because we're not going through what they're going through, right?
Right.
And if they grown, they grown and they want to change their sex, that's on them. I don't have an issue with that. You see where I'm coming from?
Right.
But at the end of the day, what I have an issue with is a parent forcing their child and then it backfired. So I'm gonna put that out there. Now,
you don't force it.
Now, how the hell are you going to sit here and tell me that this man right here, right, is way more than, you know, he's a woman. He's thinking, no, he didn't even do the surgery. I could understand a little more if he did the surgery. I'm not saying that it's okay. You see what? Because I don't believe in it. But if they did it, they did it. Who the fuck am I? I'm not God.
Right, but that should be your own choice, and you should fund it yourself.
Exactly.
They want to make it that Medicaid and Medicare pay for this. You're choosing this operation based on how you feel. What are they going to do? Somebody wants a nose job. It's going to be covered by the taxpayers as well.
That's
and it's not because of breathing problems. It's just because, they want a nose like Madonna,
or
not Susan Lucci. No, that's a choice. That's a preference. That's something you pay for. And I don't know much about the women becoming men, but the men becoming women, that's an open wound that has to keep getting treated to stay open. It's not an easy decision to make. It's not.
And it's
but
not
if you made it, you should fund it. You should fund it yourself. Because that's not life-saving. Your life was okay before the operation. Now you have the operation that you chose to have. Who knows what can happen? We're still in the infancy of all this surgery stuff. Even though it's been going on 10 years, it hasn't been going on 100. And there's still a lot more that needs to be learned about this.
Because people are now confusing a hermaphrodite with a transgender woman or man.
And they will bring that up. They will say, what about hermaphrodites? How many hermaphrodites are born every year? How many?
In America, not a lot.
In
America, not a lot.
How many? So you can't base this on other people. I'm obese. You're not. How can I say my health problems should be yours as well to make it even? No. My health problems are my health problems. Yours are yours. You shouldn't have to be like me to understand anything.
Facts. Now, if I want to get a better understanding of your health problem to help somebody else that has something similar, that's a different story.
Right, but you don't have to go through it. Yes. And that's what they're doing to kids in school. They are programming them. They are like this.
Oh shit, we got Cutthroat Entertainment in the building. Cuddy, you came at the end because I'm about to end this job. My baby pop just said he was on his way. Like, you missed a lot, Cutthroat. You got to catch the replay. But
it was a lot, Cutthroat. A whole lot. I've been on here since 3 o'clock?
Yeah, she helped me pull this through because listen, I would have been with the reviews and reactions, but I want to pull the 4-hour live by myself. Real shit, not without the reviews and reactions.
It's a lot because there are things I know that you don't, and there are things you know that I don't. And when you put them together, look what happened. We put them together. Living Antique came up and gave a perspective we can't give because we're not that.
Facts. And it's something, and I got to give a big shout out to Selena, because she did something similar. She did an interview with somebody that was going through, the same, I'm not saying the topic that we spoke on, like the people going through the, but that is a part of the community, right? I don't even know how to put this into words because I got to find the right words so I don't get a copyright strike on the video. All right, so y'all been seeing I've been avoiding the words. All right. All right, damn. All right, let's just put it in the transgender community. I gotta risk it. So I'm glad she came up here because a lot of us think of it as one thing, as we got one perspective of it because of what we hear or what we see, right, on videos, not what we normally see. See, I'm not, how can I say, I do have people that are of transgender, of the community around me. You see where I'm coming from? But it's not like, I'm surrounded by a lot of people so I can really understand. No, the ones that I'm surrounded by are going through this because they've been through a trauma. Now, see, there's a difference where there's others that are like this. I want to get a better understanding. There's no trauma. So Living Antique, is somebody that came up here and gave us a better understanding of what's going on. So she took it to the spirit realm. And a lot of y'all don't understand what that is, but I do. So, I mean,
Even
hopefully
if
it didn't
we
go
don't
over a lot of
agree,
things.
even if we don't agree, you can't just like off those people because they don't agree with what you agree with.
I don't agree. I don't agree that you should change your sex. You see where I'm coming from?
It's up to you, but you're the one who has to
Okay.
make sure it's truly what you want. Because once you
Facts.
start cutting things off, you don't get them back.
I'm gonna put it like this, right? So people can understand. I see it like this, right? Is your body your choice? The same way as the pregnancy, your body, your choice. See, people misunderstand that. But when it comes to a pregnancy too, I feel as though that it takes two to make this baby. You see where I'm coming from? So
Right.
two should have the option, but then we have cases where, because we have cases where one doesn't really want to be a parent, and if this parent is not ready to be a parent, right? How can you expect this person to be in your child's life and parent
Every
with
situation is different.
Exactly.
What
So
if
that's why
the baby can survive, but the mother can't, and the mother doesn't want to die? At that point, it becomes her choice. Forget everyone else. She wants to live. And if
and
the
I was given that
insides are
option.
not taken out, she's got to take extra special precautions not to get pregnant again, so she's not faced with this again. But
Listen,
that's the problem with a lot of people. They don't want to take responsibility for things.
I'm gonna put an example for y'all, right? I'm gonna put me as an example. All right. I had the option. A lot of women don't got the option to sit here. I mean, I'm not gonna say option is another word for it, right? I'm gonna put it like this. A lot of men don't sit here and say, listen, have consideration that your life is in danger. You see where I'm coming from? I have a fiance that said, what do you want to do? I want to save my baby and put me on the line.
Right, and that has a lot to do with hormones.
You see where I'm coming? Yeah, and it's like not everybody thinks like me, but I had a baby daddy that was understanding, that put my needs first. What do you want to do? Because right now is your life on the line. What is your decision? Do you want to keep this baby or you don't want it? I'm with you. Other men are like, damn, I don't want her to, lose this baby. I don't want. It's like they want this baby. They fuck the wife, fuck the girlfriend. See where I'm coming from? So we do got men out here that are understanding. Is my point of this right here, right? So we do got people that are understanding out here of the people that live in the transgender community. All right. How can I say it? We can come together to bring solutions to the table and better understand each other, right? And I put that right there as a comparison, because both of them is your body, your choice, and it shouldn't be taken from you. But as a child, no parent should sit here like the Wayne Wade did and transform a son into a daughter or a daughter.
No, never.
It's my point. Let this child grow up. Okay, in their imagination, they feel like they're a girl. We don't know if spiritually that's what they're feeling. They could have been born into the wrong body. I don't feel like, that does happen, but it seems like it's happening. I cannot tell this person they're wrong because I'm not experiencing the journey that they're living. I don't know if I'm making any sense on what I'm saying.
You are making tons of sense.
So, like I said, these lives are not to bash people. These lives is to each one teach. A better you is a better me, a better us.
Right.
A better me is a better you.
Living Antique said something about we're constantly learning.
Exactly.
That even happens in the animal world. Animals constantly learn things too. But when you shut yourself off to learning, you're doing a disservice to everyone, including yourself. You can still have your feelings about things, but never stop learning.
That's a fact. So, like, for those of y'all, like Miss Brooklyn Lady Ellie, I really appreciate you coming up here. You really made this live really lit, right? And I like we've seen different perspectives. Like, I can sit here and actually say that I gained something out of this live. I've learned something out of this live. I can really end this today and say, wait, look, I got something else I can actually pass on to the youth, right? Not just by what you said, but we don't got, Living Antique up here, but what Living Antique came up here and said. So we got so many perspectives. I also got another way of foreseeing things, right? It's from the Brittany Griner situation to other aspects, right? Surrounding everything from, the your body, your choice to the political view of things, not just the political view, but from what's happening within our communities, right? The race, the diversion, the diversity is the right word, right?
Right.
So I really could say I learned a lot. And
that's another thing. People keep saying like diversity is a bad thing. It's not. It is so not a bad thing.
Division is.
Division is. And not in all cases. Men
correct.
and women's stuff should be separated, like Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. But there should be times they come together for discussions.
X.
But you still keep them separate. If Black people want to have their own meeting or club or whatever for just Black people, let them have it. Let white people have that too. Let Hispanics have it too. You take away everything that's personal, what are you going to have left?
Nothing. Right? At the end of the day.
You need time to decompress from everything. That's why there are a lot of chats I stay out of. Because I realize a lot of Black people in this sector don't want white people interfering. So I stay behind.
I'm sorry to say it, but look, like I told everybody, I'm in a community.
Then there are times we have to come together.
Yeah. But it's not just that.
We hear each other out and nobody wants to.
It's not just that.
Listen. To like decompress. That's why the horrors of the street are not in your home. In your home, you're just whoever you are. You can walk around naked if you want. Even though there are people doing it in the street. If the average person does it, what could happen to them?
That's a fact. But listen, that's not the issue either, right? Let's not just talk about, look, listen, you're correct on what you just said. I agree with you 100%, right? If people within the community want to have a little community where the Black community gathers together, right? And it's just them, they can have it. Hispanics want to do it, they can have it. It's already happening. But here's my thing, right? For those of us out here left in the middle that want to mix and mingle because it's already happening, leave us alone because we're already mixed in. There's already whites with Hispanics, whites with Blacks, whites with Chinese, whites with so many different ethnicities. You see where I'm coming from?
Again.
I'm sorry. There's already so many. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
All right. There's so many of us mixed up that at the end of the day, it's like I gotta sit here and explain to my daughter that has a Black father and a Puerto Rican mother. You see where I'm coming from? And in the process, one of her sisters look white as shit. And there's something they gotta face in the community every day. Y'all not related. Why is she white? Why is she Black? No, we're not gonna do that. You see, at the end of the day, we're not dividing. Oh, white people, we're not putting that in their heads. We're not doing that because I didn't grow up in a community like that. And it's crazy that now I'm 35, it's 2025, and I feel like it's 1942. I never experienced it, but I do question. I know it was worse back then, but was it similar to this? I know it was worse back then.
Well, then you also have to take into account Black Wall Street. Black Wall Street, Black people had their own economy and they were doing really good. Now they want to say, well, the white man came in. No. They were white, but they were the Democrats and the elites. They didn't like them having control over their own money that they couldn't have control over. So that's why that happened. But they're making it so you just blame the average person on the street, which is easier for you to get. You cannot get these Congress people. They have too much security around them. We don't.
Yeah. And
so
like you said,
you take your frustrations out on what you can get to.
Facts. And it's messed up though. Like you've been
they fan these flames so much. There is so much of a divide. it may never get back to what it was or even get better than what it was.
Yes. But that's why I said I agree with you with the little community part, because if us that want to mix and mingle again, listen, I don't have a choice like certain people do. Okay, your family is consistent of just all black. Your family is consistent of just all Hispanics, right? Or your family is just consistent of all whites. Well, guess what? I don't have that privilege. My family is mixed up. I have white people in my family.
Yes.
I have black people in my family. And I'm Puerto Rican. I can't help that. So I'm not picking a side. So if I want to be in the community where we're all mixed up, then let it be. If you want to be in the community where you're singled out as just this one ethnicity, then I'll let you be.
Yes.
But I'm willing to learn from you. You want to hate me for that? Go ahead.
It was a big thing when my mother was a kid. It wasn't black people that were really discriminated against, although they were. A lot of Italians were.
Oh, shit.
My family is half Italian.
Oh, shit. I'm willing to learn.
And a lot of people in my family have now gone for Hispanics, for black people. It's evolution. It's learning that people are actually the same. But the problem is we need time to evolve and not all the outside interference pushing us down into what they want us to be.
That's a fact. But what's crazy?
I really like Lonnie. I think Lonnie's a terrific lady.
I love her, bro. She funny as shit.
I don't like all the things she says. She doesn't like all the things I say. But we do have some sort of a friendship. Why is that a horrible thing? Because you don't have it? Well, that's on you. We have it. Let us have it. Why is this such a horrible thing?
Facts. It's the truth. I mean, but a lot of people right now, like, listen, I know there's a yin and yang, right? But
yes,
what people
without the yin and the yin cannot survive and the yang cannot survive.
Facts. But it's like right now it's shifting, and I'm not sure which one is the bad one. I know the yin and yang exists, but right now,
and that's the problem. Evil really is infiltrating good, looking good, but they're not.
Mm-hmm. And so we're having a hard time telling the difference between, the evil spirits and the good spirits among us. I don't know if I said that right.
You did.
But yeah. But Miss Lady Ellie, my baby daddy's here.
Okay.
I gotta end this
Hi,
call.
how you doing?
They said, hi, husband.
What's going on?
He said, what's going on? I don't know if
What's
you heard
going
him.
on is I basically took over your wife's panel and we've been talking for over 3 hours.
Oh, shit. You good? You got a park?
I'm done with part.
Oh, shit. All right, let me get off this joint. Lady, Brooklyn Lady Ellie, I appreciate you, man.
So I'm gonna hop up there later, maybe.
Huh?
I'm gonna hop up later, maybe next trip.
I'm gonna be on tonight.
Yeah, maybe later I'll hop on.
All right, but I appreciate you. You want to say anything else before you leave, though?
No, I'm just gonna get off because you're trying to get off. Thank you for letting me up and bye.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate each and every one of y'all, man. Listen, this was a great live. This was a great panel. I appreciate Living Antique. I appreciate Miss Brooklyn Lady Ellie for hopping on this John and spitting these gems, right? Having a great conversation with us, man. I learned some new things today, right? But I gotta get off this John. Till next time, man. Shorty out.
Religiously, understand the 7 principles of hell. You understand the 7 demons within you. You understand the whole concept. There's a whole metaphysical concept. We ain't go over that, but anyway, so